sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Woo! When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Land of Dawn in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy as we are on week 3, day 3, season 1, and today is King of the Hill. What does that mean? It's simple. The rules of the King of the Hill are first come, first serve, best of 1. Winning team stays on Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So super excited to kind of see what these teams are going to bring to the table today as they compete in the King of the Hill. A little bit of a look, a sneak peek at the first 2 teams going at it today for match 1. The Elite 10 versus Demigods.
A matchup that we are definitely looking forward to see, Weezy. We've seen that a name change meta a little bit from Elite 10, formerly known as Straw Hats. They came out with a pretty strong, decent performance after that rebrand. They're almost able to take out that edge over Nefarious to win, but unfortunately fell out on the tail end of that series and up against Demigods, one of the newer teams in the MLSA. So we got some rookies versus rookies here. You know, it's going to be the amateur hour in this first round of King of the Hill. It'll be very interesting to see these new teams kind of, duke it out. We did see Demigods is potentially also having a little bit of a difference in their lineup. Not sure if that was confirmed, but definitely a lot of things to look forward to in this match to see kind of how those newer teams are doing so far in the MLSA.
Speaking of the MLSA, we are landing into the draft as we are seeing the Elite 10 ban out that Valentina. We've seen just how much of a menace she can be with that IMU. So definitely good to kind of take that out a little early, especially when you're on the first side of the draft. Now, a lot of flex picks on the board as you do see the Demigods banning out that Fanny, but that will allow a lot of these, other options to kind of be available as you have slotted one of your bans as that comfort pick trying to deny for the side of Elite 10. Fanny definitely being a little scary right now for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. I mean, we've seen just yesterday how rough it was with the Fanny plays, so definitely have to kind of watch out for. And Ackerman having one of the best Fannies I've ever even seen in North America with that crazy mobility. So
absolutely, and a respect ban, like you said, we do see Heavenly Blade has been picked up tonight from the roster for E10. Normally not really present, but tonight go ahead and step out to the Land of Dawn. He is pretty proficient on that Fanny. One of those mains does look like the side of Demigods doing their homework, letting that scouting report kind of lead the way in this draft. Go ahead and take out that Fanny nice and early. Speaking of taking things out nice and early, we do see that Carmilla, right, being taken out from the side of Elite 10, not wanting to let that utility hit the battlefield, right? That blood links, those curse links, be able to come into effect. So it'll be interesting to see how they're going to go ahead and close out this ban. They do go ahead and take out Leomord, though. That Stampede going to take him on.
And I'm liking the way this draft is kind of going. So far, Martis is still available. We know Kaj is in the mix. Maybe a first pick for the side of Elite 10. Definitely a strong one indeed. So, time will tell. We do know a lot of teams kind of go for that textbook draft when they have the second part in the draft, taking up that Atlas for that third slot. So maybe that might be a plan for the Demigods. But I'm going to be taking a lot of notes today. This is the first time we've ever seen Demigods perform for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. And when we see that, we kind of expect a team that hasn't faced them before to draft a little safer, kind of probably go more for those generic bans and not chasing over on comforts. So, but Demigods, a little interesting the way they're kind of drafting today. They take out the Wanwan, they take out the Fanny, and they take out Joy. But again, that leaves open Kaja, and I'm wondering if they have a game plan to work around it.
The game plan will indeed need to come into effect. We've seen Elite 10 play this Kaja, actually one of those pivotal picks in yesterday's match in their series against Nefarious, and found themselves a win. So we do know they are definitely looking to build around this Kaja. And speaking of that Martis, right, and we pointed this out time and time again, Weezy. I hate to bring up the PTSD, but we've seen how that draft matchup goes with the Kaja, with that damage reduction, that divine judgment, going into the face of those mortal coils and kind of stopping that decimation. But speaking of decimation, Leslie going to be locked in for the side of them for the gold lane there. Someone's been kind of pivotal, a really strong pick in that gold lane.
Definitely a strong pick indeed over there for the demigods. Going to slot in that Leslie, that ultimate sniper. We've seen her kind of be picked up a little bit more often, especially stacked up against that Claude. So a strong pick indeed from the side of demigods. I like how they picked up the Martis. Definitely would have probably banned out the Kaja in the process, but they may have a plan around it. But speaking of plans, Heavenly Blade, the additional pickup for the Elite 10, is going to go ahead and secure that Benedetta. We've seen how well she can perform in the XP lane, having the split push capability, being able to provide that extra team member in fights, with that split push in their favor. And then also a Shiki taking up that Faramis for some additional sustainability, and also using that Cold Altar to their favor to kind of turn the tide in these fights. But this is again what we're starting to see a little bit more often, the double support. You're going to be running that Faramis possibly as the mid lane and Kaja as the jungle, which can still make them slot a beefy tank as the roam.
Absolutely, you still slot a beefy tank in that roam. Speaking of roams, though, it does look like both teams are going to go ahead and need that, as they are going to transition into the second phase of the draft. It'll be interesting to see what bans we're going to see. Both lineups kind of needing, like we said, that roam. So we might see potentially, right? I can see the pool get shrunk here for both sides. Might be looking to reduce the options. We might see something. And there's the first one. There's Diggy getting taken out from that roam pool. I'm not going to let that come into play. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe an Atlas ban comes out from the side of Elite 10, and there it is. The Atlas does come into that ban, and as the last ban is going to be swung back over to the side of Demigods. What do you think they might look, or role position they might look to choke out here, Weezy?
Well, looking at this draft, right, they have the Benedetta, who has some good dash capability. Kaja having a little bit of dash. If they can kind of possibly go for the Akai, I mean, they have first pick in their favor for the second phase of the draft, and that might actually work out for them. You'll be able to kind of, if you can lock in an Akai to Phoveus, I feel like that actually might not be the worst combination to use at their disposal against Elite 10 right now, but I don't see them taking both of these picks. You do see that Clint being taken out, no grenade bombardment today, possibly a little bit of a respect ban, trying to take out those marksmen who give that Leslie a little bit of a harder time over there on DG. For he doesn't even have a name. We're just gonna call him Demigods. So
Demigods, yeah. But I mean, they banned out the Clint, but you're up against Hayama Akira, right? And we've seen him perform on a lot of these marksmen last night, right? Pulling out the Mia. So needless to say, the bag is there, the tools in his hand to go ahead and fulfill that gold lane slot. I don't think it's very wise, right, to try to ban out Akira here. I might have tried to ban out Yukihara, who's still going to be looking for an option, potentially, like we said, that roam. Unless we're going to put that for Rims there, it's either a roam or a mid that I probably would have banned out there. As we speaking with the roam, though, Elite 10 going to take out Raphaelia. Not going to let that pair up with Martis, which definitely would have been a strong combo. But yeah, it's that Clint ban, right? I feel like it was probably a waste. Hayama definitely has more answers for sure, if we know anything about him in this team Elite 10, to deal with this Leslie in the hands of Demigods.
We are seeing a little bit of coverage over the Uranus. Definitely interesting indeed, or possibly the Esmeralda. It looks like they are trying to form a plan for split pushes. We know Esmeralda can do it, Uranus can do it, especially stacked up against Heavenly Blade on that Benedetta. You're going to expect him to kind of backdoor and proxy those minions to create that opportunity. So possibly picking a mirror hero who can do that same effect to get that job done and delay the capability that, Benedetta can perform at, especially in the early phases of the game. Taking their time, going to go ahead and lock in that Esmeralda to confirm it as well. Now, funny thing about Esme, one of the best XP lanes until recently with some recent nerfs, but we've seen her kind of perform in the MLSA and, wins here and there. We did actually see Esmeralda ran in the jungle. That one was a surprise for sure. And I believe they won that game over there with the Esmeralda too. So
They definitely did.
Yeah, so I guess picking up the Esme here, I like it. In theory, it works. You got the sustainability, you got the mobility to be able to cut those lanes and kind of pair up evenly with Heavenly Blade.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's a strong pickup. Like you said, able to match some of the rotational ability of Blade with this Benedetta. You still get that from Esmeralda. It will be interesting, though, to see how she fares out in this game, especially against this burst. Right, you have the Gujin, and now Hayama locking in that Beatrix, and we do know Esmeralda did receive that nerf, right, to that shield regeneration. We know that's kind of what led to her being kind of that forefront for durability in the XP, but now with it being recently nerfed, it'll be interesting to see how it pairs up. But speaking of pair ups, though, oh my Venus, they're hovering over the Lolita, definitely is a strong proposition here for the side of Demigods. You got the shield to deal with Hayama with all the tools with that shield, and then as well with that cult altar, right? Faramis, with that recent adjustment to the ultimate, now having to stay in the range of effect to keep that shield. Once you step away, it will no longer be there, so you are forced to cluster, and that as well Lita can definitely prosper as far as those sets go. So if they go ahead and lock this in, it'll definitely be a very strong combination to go into the side of Elite 10.
And that will finalize the draft for both sides. Venus taking a trip all the way over there from Jakarta to pay the MLSA a little bit of a visit. Okay. I'm expecting some great things over there for the side of Demigods, especially with a name like that, and a verified for the squad too. So this is going to be a good game. I love seeing teams, new teams, kind of operate inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and see how they kind of fare against those more veteran teams, such as the Elite 10. So as we are embarking into the Land of Dawn, definitely place your guys' votes. Who do you think won this draft? What team do you think will take the crown and claim it? And can they hold on to it as we progress through that ladder for King of the Hill? Looking at the draft so far, you have a pretty decent lineup on both sides. Definitely going to be keeping my eye on Venus, though. You know, the crown weighs heavy on the queen. So as we step into the Land of the Dawn, we are watching the Demigods over on the red side versus the Elite 10, the rebranded Straw Hats, as they are going to clash it out and try and claim that crown.
Speaking of claiming the crown here, let's go ahead and claim some of these keys to victory for both sides. For Elite 10, right, they do have a little bit of that mobility with the Benedetta, the Gujin, right, along with that Faramis there with the Stand P. They're going to have to make it difficult for Venus to find these sets. That's definitely the main source of engagement, definitely the main source of CC for the side of Demigods. They are able to play around that in the team fight and maybe stall out that Cult Altar to avoid that Numium Blast to go ahead and reduce the effect of it. They will have a good opportunity to go ahead and burst down those remaining members of Demigods. But for the side of Demigods, it's pretty straightforward, right? Find the set, find the engagement on Satoshi here on this Faramis when that Cult Altar pops, or even before, if you can layer it in and maybe follow it up with that Yin Yang overturn, can quickly burst him out and take out some of that much needed utility from the side of Elite 10. Both of these teams, strong composition, definitely going to come down to execution here as we transition into the match.
Now we are looking at Bombshell locking in that Martis inside of the jungle, and I definitely think that is the most favored position for him right now inside of the servers. So gonna be watching my eyes on Bombshell. He has level 4 already, he has Decimation, and now he's just gonna kind of play it safe, take advantage of those low HP heroes, and this is what makes him such a menace in the early game. Speaking of menace, possible clash going in, Mortal Coils activating a little early, but unable to get a kill, forcing Durza and Soma into that tower, but that is gonna possibly give Bombshell a little bit of time to go over and start progressing on that turtle.
Absolutely, and the side of Elite 10 needs to be careful with that positioning. We've seen that Mortal Coil starting to drop those HP bars a little low, and with that level 4 unlock, can drop a bomb. Indeed, the Decimation definitely in the back pocket to finish off any low targets, trying to finish off low targets here.
Speaking about back pocket, you do see Esmeralda in the wrong pocket for the side of Elite 10, and Soma's going to go ahead and secure that kill for First Blood. Turtle still in effect. Looks like they are going to go ahead and try and contest that blue buff for the side of Demigods to try and give even more of an advantage, or try and even out the board, as that Esmeralda kind of costed them a death on their side. Will they be able to get it though? You do see the Ring of Order over there by Durza trying to contest it. But Clash going in. Oh my, Venus taken seriously low. You do see Esmeralda joining the fight. Durza able to get the kill onto Venus. Down he goes. You do see Gushin rushing in. Bombshell able to get a kill. And down goes Heavenly Blade. Fighting out over there as Soma takes out Bombshell. Down goes Martis the jungler for the side of Demigods, which would possibly give them the time to kind of go for this neutral objective, but neither team going for it, as you do see a 1v1 trade on the bottom side. You see Demigods Leslie able to beat Hayama over there on the Beatrix in a 1v1 fight.
Definitely, and not really the time to go for that aggressive 1v1, right? The team position around the turtle, they're winning the trade, and to give up that kill definitely is kind of going to hold them back. Speaking though of trades, we are going to take a moment to look at these items ahead of this turtle. We do see the Molten Essence has been picked up by Blade, going to additionally help him with some of that clear. Definitely looks like he's going for that tankier route, tankier option. From the side of their Faramis, building in some of that CDR, right, to maybe keep that Stampede low. But speaking of low, the turtle is dropping now ahead of this potential clash.
Looks like it is going to go into the hands of Bombshell with that retribution over there on that Martis jungle. Heavenly Blade securing that Lethal Wonder in that process. 3-2 right now, only 3 minutes in, but up 700 gold for the side of the Demigods, a team that we haven't really seen compete before. But speaking of competition, Hayama bursting down Leslie when you've seen the backdoor play over there by Soma. My Venus joined the fight a little late, trying to use the Numenon Blast, but canceled out by the Divine Judgment over there on Ishiki. Forcing out that utility. Maybe this is the time for them to clash, knowing that Venus is not in play. And looks like Durza is going out for some additional damage with that Ring of Order. Bombshell looking for a possible pick off, but not closing in on it, decides to disengage.
Disengage indeed, and right now we're seeing a strong showing from both of these teams. Even with these trades right now, the gold only 200 in the favor of Demigod, so definitely an even matchup as far as the macro goes, finding kills, finding objectives right now. So both teams, right, playing this pretty well, playing it just about as good as you can. I would like to see maybe a little more focus, a little more attention to Hayama here. He was able to pick up a kill and kind of get his footing back in the match. Speaking of getting things in the footing, though, we did see that Genius Wand fall into the hands of Gujin there. We do see a little bit of engage here in the bot side.
Ooh, Namir's Passion, and then swapping to actually just using the sub to finish off that kill. You do see Venus in a bad situation. Will they be able to take 2 members down from the side of Demigods, as Nobert rushing in over there with that overturn, but at what cost? Looks like he is going to get pulled in over there by Faramis. He is in a dangerous spot, though, surrounded by the team of Elite 10, but do they close in and take that kill as Durza is proxying these minions, and Hayama's going to go ahead and close in with that damage over there on Beatrix, but Durza a little overextended, and you are seeing Leslie rushing with the ultimate snipe. 1, 2, 3, down he goes. A little bit of target practice, which will give a kill into the hands of Demigods for the gold lane.
Definitely. I mean, that's just overstaying your welcome there from the side of Elite 10. We did point out that we like to see a little more focus to the gold lane, and it was there, right? But then losing focus, not realizing it was definitely time to go ahead and back away and go ahead and give up some of that. Speaking of back away, though, here in the bot side, we've seen them go ahead and make that zoning happen from the side of Demigods, that Numenon Blast to go ahead and secure that tower. But the side of Elite 10 now diligently working on that turtle, trading out very well. Like I said, both teams finding their marks. Speaking of finding things, though, in the lull of the action, let's take a moment to find some of these items we've seen picked up from both teams. We have seen the now Bloodlust Axe has been picked up by Blade on the Vendetta, offering some of that sustained ability in the team fights. The Enchanted Talisman, speaking of Enchanted, though, looking like a little bit of an engage over here in the jungle, though.
You do see
Durza might be cut out.
Ooh, cool. Alter activated a little early, though, providing a little bit of HP, but a silence over there on Ishiki. Do you see Bombshell with that Martis with the Mortal Coils trying to do some AoE damage to the full team of Elite 10, but both sides deciding to kind of refocus and push off of that. But on the bottom side, Heavenly Blade going ahead and clearing those minions. Kind of stayed possibly a little bit longer, but you are seeing Leslie kind of rotate down to not allow that tower to go into the hands of the Elite 10.
Absolutely. Things going in the favor of Demigods there. They are currently up 1K in the gold, up 2 towers right now to the 0 of Elite 10. We are seeing them right now potentially going for Elite 10's marksman, their gold laner Hayama. He is all alone in the top side, but Elite 10 knowing that mid lane is also currently open, but we're seeing a concealed play coming here, Wheezy.
They are going to try and contest that tower. You do see Numenon Blast with a little bit of a flicker forward, but unable to get the stun as the mobility is too much for them to handle, and almost making work of that tower down to about a quarter of HP.
Definitely some spidey senses, right, coming out from the side of Elite 10. I for sure thought we were about to see a double kill get picked up. Speaking of pickup, though, Hayama did just pick up that Blade of Despair, but in the jungle.
Looks like a class possibly underway, but again, both teams playing it safe, not really trying to go for these 5v5 fights, but rotating around for these objectives. Looking on the top side, though, you do see Durza rushing in, trying to get the Divine Judgment on to Leslie. You do see the Namir's Passion not able to hit the mark, and able to run into that tower, use the ultimate sniper, and down goes Durza! What a turnaround, but at the same time, Hayama rushes in while in that ultimate sniper state and bursts him down with Namiru. Fight still going on, though, on the top side as Soma gets a kill on to Oh My Venus. Down goes Lolita. You do see Nobert on in the chase. A little bit of yin-yang overturn possibly underway. Gonna go ahead and basic attack it out to take down Hayama over there on Beatrix. Fight going on possibly on the blue buff in the side of the jungle for Elite 10. You do see Bombshell kind of retreating now, not able to secure it over Soma. A little bit of a faster retribution. But while this is happening, Nobert on the top side pushing in that tower, taking advantage of the separation on the map.
Definitely. Speaking of separation there, though, Hayama, well, a lot of that came from the fact that wasn't able to secure that kill with Nibiru's Passion, even with the Divine Judgment, like you said, kind of missing that mark, allowing those critical extra seconds. Speaking of extra seconds, though, the rotation coming in.
Did you see Numenon Blast not able to get a stun off? A little bit of silence on the way. Cadet is possibly going down for a kill, and Soma able to connect to Venus. Down goes the roam again. Leslie in a bad position, barely with any HP. Nemiru not able to hit the mark. Ultimate Sniper is out to try and get a kill. Bombshell securing that turtle. While in this process, though, we did see Heavenly Blade fall for the side of Elite 10, but the pressure is still there as they are trying to close in on this low HP for the mid lane. Able to spot out human Birdie over there on that Esmeralda in the side bush, but not able to take her down as they are gonna. Oh my goodness! An American Sniper! Beatrix hits him with the Rainer's Apathy. Down goes Nobert. A fast play indeed, and what accuracy are we seeing right now from the side of Hayama on Beatrix?
May not have landed that Nibiru's Passion, but that Render's Empathy, like you said, finding the mark there, and also finding that tower shortly there after the play from Hayama. They're definitely helping his team out in this position as that Lord is coming down, taking out that Kagger there. Was definitely well needed as they now have the number advantage to kind of deal with this. We are seeing some advantage in the top side, though.
You do see Durza using the flicker and then using the Divine Judgment, but can they get the kill? Hayama rushing in, and down goes Leslie. While this happened, though, Birdie getting a kill on Shiki down in the mid inhibitor turret as Lord is making his way to kind of push that in. Can they get it, though, as Lord quickly gets bursted down and Heavenly Blade joins the fight? You do see Martis on the top side, though, with a little bit of a split push, trying to remain with that pressure on the map. They are trying to go for that early finish and take these inner turrets.
Definitely looking for these inner turrets as well to go ahead and end this match. Like you said, side of Elite 10 gonna have to try to find their way back into this game as they are on the back end. Speaking of finding things, though, we do see Hayama picking up that Malefic Roar, gonna start doing some damage to Esmeralda, Lolita, and Bombshell, who, interestingly enough, has the full tank kit on that jungle build there. No damage items slotted in. Speaking of damage, though, Yuki Hara, all the penetration in store right now. Arcane, Genius, well, alongside that Divine Glaive there in the Genius one, and a lot of penetration. So you got a good amount, right, of that physical balance, that magic balance, and with the penetration, not going to be able to deal with the front lines of Demigods. Speaking of front lines, the members of Elite 10 currently in the front lines as they are potentially being chased here by the members of Demigods, but going to be able to go ahead and disengage, find their way out of that jungle. But now in the river, we might see a little bit of a scuffle.
Possible scuffle indeed, as Venus is trying to get a possible play, giving some vision to the team, but is she too overextended? You are seeing a possible clash go in. Durza, Ishiki, and Heavenly Hayama holding that mid lane, but that inner turret is about to fall, and you do see Leslie go ahead and secure that, as well as that Wind of Nature to kind of negate some of that physical damage on the way. Clash going on for this red buff, though. You do see Numenon Blast with the side flicker, able to get a double stun on the Durza, immobilizing him, and also Hayama, and down goes Hayama with the kill over on Leslie, getting a double as well, taking out Durza. Soma getting a kill with that Gushin on to Martis, and that is 4 members alive for the side of Demigods, and they were able to take 2 members out. A 2-for-1 trade. Down goes Durza, down goes Hayama, but on the side of Demigods, they did lose Bombshell, their jungler.
Absolutely. I mean, what a play from Omar Venus, right? Finding the proper set there. 3 members, right, walking out, but finding the 2 most important there. You took out the Divine Judgment and you found Hayama all in one set there and allowed that Falling Star Moon, right, to stack up on top of it, and Bombshell to kind of get into the midst of that and take out that damage dealer and some of that strong CC presence from the side of Elite 10 ahead of this Lord, though. Wasn't able to start it because, like you said, Bombshell falling in the midst of that contest. So the jungler was out of condition, out of play there beside Demigods. But now all members currently up, and it's like we might see some more fights here as the side of Elite 10 was going for a little poke, a little bit engage on the Esmeralda there, definitely dropping that HP low, which is what you like to see. But what we're also seeing here, some setups from Venus over here in the river.
Trying to get that stun onto Durza, but unable to hit the mark. Heavenly Blade rushing in with the Mortal Coils over there on Bombshell. They do have a little bit of the zonage in terms of Lord right now, and it looks like they are going to go for that contest. A little bit of Ultimate Sniper on the way from Leslie to give that vision to the team, to let them know this is the time. Push this objective as we have the placement, we have the separation, we have the advantage of zonage, and we are going to go ahead and try and pick up this objective. But you are seeing Elite 10 trying to give a little bit of contest, but unable to find a way in, and down goes the Lord into the hands of Demigods. Demigods, but a kill does go down. They are able to take out Leslie in the mix. Elite 10 able to find something off of this trade. You do see Venus kind of rushed out with the flicker. Electo going down by the Benedetta, trying to secure some damage. Ring of Order going down over there by Kaja with Durza. You do see a little bit of a run away from Esmeralda using the Falling Star Moon to try and escape Soma, but unable to escape the mobility of that Incandescence, and down he goes. Hayama getting a kill onto Bombshell in that process. 3 members have fallen for the side of Demigods. All members alive for the side of Elite 10, but they did lose that Luminous Lord as it's making its way down in that mid lane to the inhibitor.
They did lose it, but here on the top side.
Oh my goodness, Hayama just a little aggressive, able to take out Leslie, but gets hit in the head with the hammer of Venus.
Absolutely. I mean, before that death, right, they were winning that trade, right, 3-0. I mean, a pretty good team fight from them. Not able to secure that Lord, like you said, but able to maximize that team fight, which is kind of what you want to see if you do lose that Lord, be able to win the fight. Speaking of winning, though, items being picked up for the win conditions here. Hayama moving forward in the build has picked up that Hospital for some sustained. Leslie with that Windtalker, Berserker's Fury, and now the Wind of Nature, but doesn't have the Endless Battle or the Blade of Despair. Currently building towards the Endless Battle, but missing some of that critical damage that you would like to see from Leslie at this point of the game. We are 14 minutes into the match and not quite online just yet. Speaking of online, though, Kagger does have the Clock and Lightning Trench combo, has opted for the Winter Trunch. No penetration yet so far, going for the sustainability or the durability, you could say, over more damage, right? You do have to be able to survive, and up against a team with the Foramus, those prolonged fights are definitely in play, so you do need the survivability. Speaking of survivability, though, the odds of the members of Elite 10 being taken out here are high, as we see the setup.
You do see a setup on the way, but the question is who will capitalize off of it. Incandescence going in, Numenon Blast kind of winding up with the animation, able to get a stun only onto Hayama. Cold Alter activated for sustainability. Ishiki getting a kill on the Bombshell. Now they are on the chase, and a bad situation for the side of Demigods, but they remain in the fight. Ultimate Sniper going out by Leslie right now. Clash still on the way as Durza used the Ring of Order. A little bit of suppression with the Winter Truncheon by Nobert, but Ishiki go ahead and pulls him in and does a little bit of damage. Soma able to get a kill onto Venus. A double kill on the Nobert. 3 members down for the side of Demigods. Clash still going on though, as you see Esmeralda with the 3v1 trying to take down Soma, realizing he's very low in HP, but it looks like Heavenly Blade and Ishiki have different plans, and they allow Soma to escape with that peel, and now Esmeralda in the bad place using that Falling Star Moon to try and escape, but hit with the Electo, doing some additional damage. Ring of Order for some slow. Oh my goodness, down to a threat of HP, but both members escape. What an interesting turn of events for both sides.
Definitely, and we saw another flawless team fight from Elite 10, finding all the members without losing any in that team fight in the mid lane. And it looked like it was potentially going to be a perfect ambush from the side of Demigods with that flicker coming out from Durza, able to avoid the Numium Blast, catching Hayama though, but with the members of Demigods not properly set up to be able to follow up, the stun went out and wasn't able to secure that kill on the marksman, and then the Cult Altar free from being set. They were able to prolong that fight and go ahead and win out in that trade like we've seen there, and they did previously. Speaking of fight, so in the jungle.
Both teams trying to contest over on that blue buff for the side of Demigods, but Venus taken down to barely any HP, rushed in by Gush with Incandescence, popping the Immortality, able to get a kill on to Leslie, but Esmeralda getting a kill on to Beatrix. Numenon Blast popping down, unable to hit the mark, and down goes Venus. Fight not over those. Bombshell down to a threat of HP, trying to get the kill. No, we're able to get the kill on to Heavenly Blade before Bombshell goes down, but no! Ishiki has other plans and takes Bombshell himself. Fight still going on. Ring of Order over there by Durza. You do see them on the heavy chase, leaning in the favor of Elite 10. You are seeing this Esmeralda again, trying to chase the low HP, but this time, can she get it done? Oh my goodness, the 180 play! But quickly taken down by Esmeralda, but now in an awkward situation as Durza is trying to do some damage, but not able to really provide much, and it is going to look like that trade winning to the side of Esmeralda in that 3v1 play.
Absolutely, Esmeralda right now having a good time with the shields. The member of Elite 10, after some of those engages, not having enough leftover burst to kind of deal with her. I would like to take a look at some of these items. It looks like maybe some additional Dominance Ice, right, potentially be picked up. We do note that Benedetta does not have Dominance Ice, all the anti-heal in the presence of Durza, and that might might not be enough to deal with Esmeralda, as we are seeing she's staying around in these 1v3, 1v4 scenarios and not getting taken out. So we might need to see a little more anti-heal presence from the side of Elite 10, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it, right? It looks like Heavenly Blade is going for more damage. He has picked the anti-cuirass on that Malefic Roar, but currently with that physical dagger there, and I don't like he's going to be building for any dominance eyes. So we do see some anti though. The necklace there is going to get picked up by Ashiki though, so a little more. But speaking of Ashiki,
you do see the Divine Judgment over on Leslie, but unable to get the kill, and a little bit of a reverse kill. Bombshell getting a kill onto Durza. Electo popped in over on Leslie, trying to secure that kill with the assassin. Can Heavenly Blade do it? Getting some tower damage. Ultimate Sniper to kind of combo with that. Flame Shot not able to hit the mark, and it looks like without that Flame Shot in effect, he may be able to escape, but no, the Yin Yang over there by Nobert on that Kagura, able to secure that kill, and that is 3 members down for the side of Elite 10 with only 1 Bombshell, but they are down their jungler, which will put them at a disadvantage to kind of go for this Lord, as the jungler on the side of Elite 10 is still alive. You are seeing Soma kind of farm it out. He realizes, I'm alive, I have the retribution. They may not possibly want to take this objective.
Definitely. I mean, we have to take a moment, right, to point out the play from Oh My Venus. The members of Elite 10 looking like they're going to be able to close in on that Leslie, but Venus properly setting up that Numian Blast to kind of zone off. Only Blade able to get into that background, and without Durza and Hayama being able to join in that fight, Leslie able to survive, and then also being taken out, right, because of that proper Numian Blast. So Oh My Venus doing a great job of creating the separation and splitting that team fight, allowing the damage dealer to get out. Speaking of splitting though, the members of Demigods kind of keep the river on their side ahead of this enhanced Lord. 19 minutes into the game, this Lord could potentially win for either one of these members. Speaking of though, we are seeing some action here in the jungle potentially. Durza trying to check out this river, the members of Demigods trying to push him away from the river bush. Both teams trying to jockey in for positioning we do know is key for these teams in the late game. Speaking of positions though,
Both teams kind of doing that dance on the river right now. I might as well just hold hands and start singing together. But looking at this Lord, the aggro has been pulled over there by Bombshell to possibly use it as a little bit of bait. But the question is, can they reel in Elite 10? Will they fall for this? And it looks like they are going to possibly go in. And now we see a contest over this Lord from both sides. But the aggro is still pulled over there by Bombshell. Durza trying to give some pill, trying to give some pressure, but down to half HP in an awkward situation. Numenon Blast with the forward flicker, able to stun 2 members of Elite 10. And Nobert rushing in for the kill. Down goes Kaja. Bombshell able to get a kill onto Heavenly Blade. It was a little bit of bait. Bombshell still over there on that Lord though. Immortality being procced by Venus. Flame Shot not able to hit the mark, but Hayama able to hit the mark on Leslie. And now Soma on to the retreat with barely any HP, but this will allow the Lord to go into the hands of the demigods.
Definitely, but with those members down, right, and the Lord coming in, especially with Hayama, you are going to lose some of that range, right? The marks are not going to be in play for the push with this Lord. A little too greedy, right, to securing the objective. And the members of Elite 10, right, not being careful. You have to keep an eye on Oh My Venus. You know the Numian Blast can come from anywhere. We've seen him pop the conceal early in the fight. He was definitely sniffing for a set and was able to find those 2 members. And critical one on Ashiki there, the Cult Altar coming out late, not able to save some of the members from Elite 10, as he has been doing previously in the match. Speaking of saving members here, this Esmeralda is saving demigods. Definitely a major force for why they are still in this game. Interesting enough, has slotted in that Feather of Heaven, going to stack in some additional damage. We rarely, if ever, see this happen on Esmeralda. Normally full durability. Speaking of durability, looks like Hayama is noting that Esmeralda has a little bit of a problem, has picked up the Demon Hunter Sword to kind of deal with that shield. We do know Demon Hunter Sword has a positive return when coming up against some of these shield opponents like the Esmeralda. So a quick adjustment also slotted in with that Malefic. But speaking of slotments,
You see Numenon Blast not able to get a stun for the side of Demigods that like to go in down the mid lane. A fight for that inhibitor turret. Nober able to get a kill onto Benedetta with that overextension. 1 member down for the side of Elite 10. But do they have an answer? As Immortality does get procced on Soma. And now 2 members down as Leslie takes out Soma, putting them at a disadvantage for this class. But Hayama trying to even out the odds takes out the Lolita. Fight still going on though. Nober able to get a kill on Hayama. Another trade back as Durza able to get that kill onto Nobert right there. Man, this is just an insane class from both sides, but now you have the double support to kind of hold off the marksman, the Martis, and also Esmeralda, as they are trying to rush in for a possible finish. But the question is, can they do it? Wasting no time. Leslie is going to push in that tower. Speaking of pushes, though, they are going to take the inhibitor in the mid as well, which will kind of open up this map and lower the defensive stance for the side of Elite 10. And it looks like they are going to go for the last inhibitor. Not really much Durza and Ishiki can kind of do with this double support situation as they wait for their members to kind of spawn back in. But will they get back in time? You do see Divine Judgment on it. DG pulling him into the tower. Unable to secure the kill, though. Tower going down to about half health. Will they be able to secure this Nexus as minions are falling left and right and more members are spawning in for the side of Elite 10? Is now Heavenly Blade is in the fight, and so is Soma.
Yeah, speaking of fight, Elite 10 has a uphill battle in store for themselves. They want to go ahead and win this game. The complete base has been open. Nexus low right now. All the wave pressure on the side of Demigods. And I mean, boy, you would like to see them be able to figure this out, but with the match currently set up the way it is, it's looking very unfavorable for the side of Elite 10. They have put themselves in an uncomfortable position. You have let the Leslie reach the late game, and we know what comes with that. The damage, the true damage stacking up. You can get hit by a 3K true damage crit from nowhere, as we do see the deadly sniper coming from Riverbush to provide some of that vision up ahead of this Lord that has just spawned in. The side of Elite 10 got the fight and jockey for position. They want to go ahead and contest this, and they might have to, right? The Nexus is still low. This is a very strong Lord. It has evolved even more. So either they contest, go for the all-in win, or they can lose the game.
Ooh, Venus wasting some huge utility with that Numenon Blast, and definitely a way for the side of Elite 10 to kind of rush in now, realizing that they do not have the set potential. Petrify going in with the Electo, but Heavenly Blade taking some serious damage and unable to do damage back. You do see Cold Altar being activated, lots of utility from both sides. Immortality being procced by Venus. Leslie able to get a kill onto Durza. Down goes Kaja. Ultimate Sniper in effect, trying to secure a kill onto Soma. Suppression, the Winter Truncheon, and kind of negate the damage, but quickly bursted down by the Esmeralda, but a trade back and a double kill by the side of Beatrix. And then you see Leslie taking out the Benedetta. You do see a little bit of a retreat as Hayama is trying to escape and kind of fend off this push that Demigods is going for, as they still have Leslie in the mix. They have the Martis, and they also have Norbert on that Kagura. Lord still in play, though. Neither team was able to kind of take that objective. But the question is this the time to recall, group up, and kind of fight back, or are you going to go for this finish, as Martis is very low right now?
Very low, but so is the Nexus right now, as Hayama and Ashiki are going to try to defend. I think it's popped by that was, like we said, that damn delay game, insane. But from Elite 10, right, we pointed out the Numenon Blast was used, and it looked like there was too much hesitation on whether they were going to go in or not. With all that utility being wasted, you have to try to take the upper hand, that opportunity. That was a great point for them to kind of swing that fight and maybe take this Lord. And now, with all members completely fully itemized, and the slot of Demigod's position on the river to kind of take this Lord, especially with your jungler kind of coming in late now, not going to be able to take this. But speaking of take,
you do see Numenon Blast going down. Bombshell able to get that retribution, and Lord goes into the hands of the Demigods. Ultimate Sniper connecting, and Norbert as well. Down goes Hayama. Beatrix not in play for the side of Elite 10. Flame Shot unable to hit the mark, but the Ultimate Sniper does, but no kill in that process. And you are seeing a retreat for the side of Elite 10, but a Falling Star from Esmeralda has other plans, as they are trying to take out Durza, but can they do it? Heavenly Blade able to escape as well. That is 4 members still on the board for the side of Elite 10, but they will be working against this Luminous Lord and a possible sinkage of lanes.
Definitely, and someone out of sync. Heavenly Blade hasn't been able to find the opportunities, right, to get to the back line. Speaking of getting to the back line, though,
you do see Soma rushing in with the Incandescence, takes out Leslie. A wise decision to be able to take out that marksman, especially while this Luminous Lord is pushing in, but they are down Beatrix, so both marksmen are off of the board, and Luminous is making his way to this Nexus. The question is, who will make it work in their favor? Can the side of Elite 10 hold off this Luminous Lord? No marksmen's in play as well. Martis kind of sinking the lanes on the top, minions are on the bottom, and Lord is still in full effect. You do see Esmeralda getting a kill onto Gushin, Cold Altar being activated by the side of Elite 10, but the Nexus goes down, and game goes to Demigods, the new team in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy.
And what a game from them, able to find their way to this victory screen. It must be so sweet, right, to step out for the first night and go ahead and pick up that victories. But things that didn't feel good, Heavenly Blade for his first appearance recently, not so well, right? 076 on the Benedetta, not finding anything at all in the XP, but from the side of Demigods finding it all, especially Norbert, right, on that Kagura, that Yin Yang overturn, finding members out of position, punishing the Cult Altar once the shield was gone. Is going to go ahead and pick up the MVP. Speaking of pickups, let's go ahead and pick up and reveal those statistics. I want to get into the data and see what led to this victory. Norbert and DG leading the way of damage, 33%, 28% split in between the two of them. Speaking of split, Bombshell, surprisingly enough, leading in 50% turret damage as a tank jungle Martis, able to get it done for his team as far as those critical objectives to go ahead and win the game.
Definitely going to win that game. An interesting trade indeed, as that is the first match, King of the Hills, and we are seeing the wildcard team out of nowhere just popping in from the Wild West. Demigods able to secure that win over a veteran team such as the Elite 10. definitely excited to see what they do in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, as guys, this is the place where you can practice and get prepared for upcoming Mobile Legends Bang Bang North American leagues. Take your time now, master the basics, and get prepared, as it is right on the way for 2023. So for those who don't know, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today is King of the Hill. The rules are simple. It is a first come, first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on and they claim that crown. It is every Monday and every Wednesday from 8 p.m. Eastern time, so don't be afraid. Definitely show up, sign up, register now on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and see if you have what it takes to wear the crown. Guys, we'll be back with another amazing team to kind of go up against the team from the Wild Wild West, the Demigods. Super excited to see the competition as it does kind of formulate around us. Definitely place your votes on who you guys think is the best teams that you see today as well. The next team that will be going up is gonna be the Survey Corps, possibly sneaking up on them, and then we are gonna be seeing Ohana Esports next. So guys, I appreciate y'all. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and be prepared, as we will be embarking back in the Land of the Dawn momentarily.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you The days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah. No, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we embark back in the land of the dawn as we see a new king, as we are seeing a new team, the Demigods, able to hold that crown, taking down the Elite 10. But now a new competitor on the way, as they are going to be facing up against the old title owners of this crown, winning 4 in a row, only taken down by Ackerman on that record. So this is going to be an interesting game indeed. The question is, does the Demigods have what it takes to take out one of the best teams in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy? As time will tell. We are going to be embarking into this match, so I'm super excited to see what both of these teams are going to bring today.
Definitely looking very forward to see what Demigods can conjure up going up against Nefarious, a team that's been on the rise, right? A nice steady improvement from them. We've seen them have a nice comeback in the series against the Elite 10 last night. Went down 1-0, but found a way to go ahead and reverse sweep that series. And then previously, right, setting that record in King of the Hill last week before it was broken by Ackerman this week. So definitely Nefarious, a team kind of on the top of the pile in MLSA, a team to beat, if you will. Demigods already taken out Elite 10. This will be a nice win for them to go ahead and take out Nefarious, so we can really see where they're stacked up right now in the MLSA, and maybe make a little bit of a little shake up right on that standings. We might have to throw them a bone if they can go ahead and beat Nefarious and some of these other teams lined up for tonight.
Now, this is why I love seeing new teams, because you don't really know where they stand. You know, you wonder if they can take out, you know, your average teams, or they're going to take out some top teams. You don't really have enough data on them. But to be able to take out the Elite 10, they're pretty much a well-established veteran team for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. So taking them out is definitely no small feat. So looking at today's match, if they are able to take out Nefarious, I don't know, we might be seeing a possible top team in the MLSA.
Potentially, but speaking of tops, we do see Liam Morgan taking out one of those top junglers in this recent meta, right? We have seen him perform in a lot of players' hands, and a majority of these teams in MLSA have kind of had their fair share of runs in with Liam Morgan, performed well with it. Speaking of things performing well, the Fanny, right, being taken out, we had to point out that respect ban from the side of DG. I'm not sure, though, if the side of Nefarious actually has a Fanny player there, but like we said, Demigods, a new team, doesn't really know too much about all the players and teams in MLSA, going with that safe ban for the Fanny. You don't want to find out that you might be facing Ackerman Kush there on the opposing team. Don't want to get sliced and diced by those steel cables. So a comfortable ban for the side of DG. Speaking of bans, then we are going to head into the final ban in the first phase from the side of Nefarious. They are going to go ahead and take out that quad from DG.
Trying to limit a little bit of that late game damage, but we got to keep in mind who is on the side of Nefarious. They have Izumi, one of the best XP lanes, one of the best fighters for the MLSA. So I really want to see how the side of Demigods kind of goes against that. You see Izumi time and time again kind of dominating for that lane. Looking at the draft, though, still some solid options are available. Martis is still in play. Carmilla still on the board, possibly being slotted for the side of Demigods. We did see that Joy kind of taking out that Kaja. The Claude, a little interesting. Not really something we typically see banned out. But speaking of meta, speaking of picks, a coverage over Martis maybe one of the best things they can kind of slot in right now, and wasting no time that is going to go into the hands of Bombshell again. And we've seen him kind of have an easier time in game 1 with the Martis, and now to kind of slot it in game 2, possibly a comfort pick on their side, and definitely knowing how to use him to secure these victories for the King of the Hill.
Absolutely, securing the victories, and mainly from securing those objectives, right? Secured, I want to say, the majority, if not all, of those neutrals in the previous match, and also having the most turret damage coming out from your tank jungler there on that Martis. So Bombshell definitely focused in on the macro side of things to kind of help his team win these games. But speaking of tank jungles, though, we do see Carmilla is being locked in by some to prove from the side of the Nefarious, which is what we pretty much expected, right? You do take the response pick in that same turn. You will take anything remaining at the top of the meta, Carmilla being one of those options. And now Azumi walking in that Fredrin, another top of the meta picks. We have seen Fredrin be slotted time and time again and providing those consistent stat lines and consistent results for what he fulfills in a team's composition, offering in all that CC, even a little bit of that finishing ability, right, with that Appraiser's Wrath. So an interesting response to picks, as it will now slide back over to DG.
Now, I like the draft from both sides. A definitely well response for Nefarious. Now, there's still some options to kind of negate that, and it looks like the side of Demigods is going to go ahead and form that strategy. A little bit of coverage over to Rizla, though. Not the hero you typically see. And if they slot this, I really want to see how it kind of fares off against Azumi, one of the best XP laners in the MLSA. We haven't really seen Rizla kind of perform too much, but that does not mean he doesn't work. We just don't see it too often. But speaking of often, swapping up last second as Human Bird is going to go ahead and lock in that Lapu Lapu. Definitely something that's kind of dominated for the Scrim Academy so far. We are seeing Norbert locking in that Lu Yi as well to give some CC for their team. Now, I don't mind that too much. You are seeing a heavy frontline composition already with that Fredrin and that Carmilla. So being able to use that yin and that yang, and also that diversion to kind of get across that map for some potential pickoffs and possible plays may kind of give an easier time for the side of Demigods. But the question is, can they pull it off? We see time and time again teams that kind of go with these wild card picks kind of underperforming. So I have a lot to look forward to as Norbert slots in that Lu Yi.
Definitely, and I'm looking forward to make some impact, right? You are facing off against two very strong front lines, the Carmilla and Fredrin, but with that front line comes with a little less mobility, and Lu Yi can definitely punch them, as they will look, right, to combo up, synergize, and sync up in those team fights and kind of stack up with each other, right, to layer on that utility, and that's where Lu Yi can go ahead and punish. But speaking of punish, Aloy is going to go ahead and pick up the Lilia. The Glooms will be in effect for that zoning and that slowing capability, and also for that early game mid lane priority for the side of Nefarious. So a good response pick over there into Norbert. Will be an interesting mid lane matchup indeed. Both of these players and these picks can win out some things for their teams in different ways, right? We did point out, right, the teleportation coming in from Lu Yi. For a team like DG, we've seen them perform on the macro. If they still stay keyed on the macro, there's a lot of things you can make happen with this Lu Yi if you know exactly where to be and when to be there. It does open up some extra ways of attack, right? Different ways to formulate a gank or your rotations for ambushes, you know, anything, cut off rotations. Anything in that nature that Lu Yi is definitely going to enhance if you are a team of that caliber. So it'd be very, very interesting to see how this transitions. But speaking of transition, that Leslie is going to go ahead and get taken out from the side of Nefarious in the second half of the ban phase. That is Leslie and now Claude both taken off in the marksman pool. Both teams still needing the marksman. It'll be interesting to see what we will see slotted later on.
Now, looking at this, right, you need a late game marksman for the side of Nefarious. Taking out that Leslie, taking out that Claude, I'm wondering what their game plan is. I mean, there's still some options on the table. Maybe we even see a Wan be picked up here. Maybe a possible plan, as they are limiting the late game damage potential that the side of Demigods can pull off with their MM, but they also need a marksman themselves for late games. So we are seeing both teams kind of focus in and trying to get the best out of the situation for the draft. But the question is, who will win in the gold lane on these pickups? I am expecting possibly, maybe even Beatrix. I mean, we've seen Beatrix slotted very often, kind of scaling through the match as well, with a lot of versatility, with all the weapon sets that she can provide, and definitely one of the most picked in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. But they do have to kind of make that decision. You have already the early game damage. You have that Lilia to kind of burst down those beefier composition heroes, such as that Martis, such as that, you know, Lapu Lapu. You have some good front line, some good CC provided over there by Azumi, and some to prove. And definitely a wise flex pick, as you can also run that Fredrin as a roam if need be. We do know a couple things kind of get slide out. That Wan possibly listening in. I'm going to go ahead and deny that for the side of Demigods. But now you got to ask, are we seeing a possible Beatrix be picked up for the side of Nefarious?
Definitely is going to be picked up from the side of Nefarious, right? They're going to take it out. And, you know, I was kind of wondering that because you did mention the Wan, and we have seen a Fushi. I'm going to assume that is some love there, a little bit of a name change. Has picked up the Wan, but also the Beatrix, which is also still in play. And I mean, with that marksman pool dwindling, right? Claude, Leslie, Wan, and Clint, the option's pretty slim right now. Definitely Beatrix right now is currently definitely the best option if you're looking for the top pick. Right now, the meta Beatrix would be wise, especially with the Carmilla. That's all that AoE damage would definitely pair well with those links. But if not that, right, maybe something like a Irital or maybe a Bruno for these compositions is what I would expect. At least those three marksmen, a Bruno, an Irital, or a Beatrix, right, to go ahead and be locked in for both of these sides. But they are hovering over the Ballman. Maybe they're going to be looking to move this Carmilla, and that is the game plans. We do see the Retribution gets taken off of Nefarious, something to prove there. Looks like they're going to be heading over to the Rome as Ballman. Alita will be slotted into the jungle for the side of Nefarious.
Kind of scratching my head right here because you are opening the door for the first marksman to be picked on the side of Demigods, and they're going to go ahead and guarantee that late game damage and going to use that carry. Now, in theory, it works. You have a lot of frontline composition. You have that Ballman, that Fredrin, that Carmilla, and, you know, nobody loves beefier heroes more than Carrie herself. And then going to lock in at that sprint for some additional mobility. But now, you know, are we going to see one of the most used marksmen be slotted? Possibly not even going over Beatrix. A little bit of a highlight over on the Bruno. A nice skin indeed as well. I believe that's one of the newest skins out. I mean, just look at that soccer ball, man. You gotta win if you have that skin, right? So that is gonna lock in the draft from both sides. Definitely place your guys' votes on who you think will take this game. You've got Demigods, the team from the Wild Wild West, currently holding the crown today for King of the Hill, knocking out the Elite 10. They are going up against Nefarious. They were the ones known to win 4 in a row, first on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, losing only to Ackerman. Is Nefarious gonna be able to snatch that crown off, or will you see the American Venus, the American Queen, hold on to it as we embark into the Land of the Dawn?
Definitely embarking into the Land of the Dawn. Like I said, a great matchup ahead of us. It'll be interesting to see how Demigod stacks up against Nefarious, one of those proven teams in the MLSA. I'm looking forward to commentating over this match, as I expect a lot of action. Right, Nefarious doesn't really know too much about Demigods, and Demigods doesn't know too much about Nefarious either. And it'll be interesting to see how these teams kind of figure each other out as the game goes on. And I'd love to see when they finally realize that they have a good grasp of each other, the all-in team fights that we are going to see happen as this game transitions over into that mid-late game stage of the match. But speaking of the match, Wheezy, give us some keys to victory, maybe some conditions for both of these sides.
Well, if we are looking at the gold lane, we're seeing a little bit of a later type play style, especially with that Bruno, very good late game, and especially the carry. But carry did swap over to that flicker last minute to kind of give up a little bit of that mobility she had in her advantage. But I am going to expect from both sides, both of their teams needing to gank that gold and stop that marksman from hitting that power spike in the late game. The earlier kills you get, the longer it takes for them to kind of rev up in that late game. You are looking at two of you know, the prior golden child jungler over there on the Ballman versus Martis, one of the current golden children for the jungle, aside from Leomord. So I'm expecting a very good matchup in the jungle. You have that lethal counter to kind of guarantee those neutral objectives versus the Mortal Coil to kind of CC your team and then rush in with that decimation to possibly get that wipeout. Over on the bottom side, we are seeing this Lapu Lapu against this Fredrin, and we're seeing Fredrin have a little bit of an easier time, but both of these heroes not really having the best mobility. So I'm seeing a potential stalemate down here as long as they kind of play it safe and just wait for the opportunity that their team provides for the gank. So I think, you know, the message of the day for both teams is kind of gank the sides and create that opportunity.
Definitely, and I hope we don't have to wait too long to see some fights. We do see a lot of early picks slotted in. I'm looking to see conflict. You got a Lilia out there, a Martis, a Mathilda, the Lu Yi, the Ballman even. I'm expecting to see some great clashes ahead of these matches. Speaking of clashes, we do see the side of Demigods up there applying the pressure to gold lane. Mortal Coil's coming out. Not going to find anything, though. Some of the Lu was able to move back and secure some safety net there. Not going to be taken out from that gank as the members of Demigods are going to go ahead and rotate back over some of that safety clearing there. But Bombshell now on the move. Again with the mobile calls, but Alita going to go ahead and start up this turtle right now with the members of the Demigods not currently present. He is going to get pressured off by Oh My Venus on this Mathilda right now, but Alita is still with that lethal counter, can definitely secure, but Martis is going to go ahead and pick it up with that mortal coils. Now we see the airlines coming in. Martis going to get the first blood with Bombshell there on Alita, taking that and the first turtle. A trade, definitely one of the favorite of Demigods. They are working down this blue buff, but in the top lane, talking about trades, DG and Summer Lou throwing those hands, and they're going to go ahead and disengage from each other as both are taken dangerously low.
You are seeing a little bit of still on the blue buff as Bombshell was able to secure that, and now rushing in to kind of give some backup to kind of fend off Izumi from pushing this lane, having a little bit of an easier time against that Lapu right now. But speaking of easier times, as we are embarking into 3 minutes in this game, we are going to do a little bit of an item check. You see the magic shoes built by that Luyi to give additional CDR. But speaking of play, speaking of teams, a clash over on the top side underway.
Definitely. Alita now getting caught out from Mathilda Airlines there. Is going to land the stun, but with no follow-up. Just going to go ahead and pressure Alita off the damage coming in from DG. You can see it, right? The true damage eating up the defense. But down on the bottom side, Izumi is now trading back and forth with Lapu. Lapu human is exactly that, just a mortal in the face of Izumi, who has been pressuring this bot side over and over again. We've seen him once already getting dropped low and now getting punished. But speaking of punish here, it looks like the side of Nefarious will be stepping up now with the Gloom with Lilia, as Oh My Venus will come to apply some assistance to Norbert as they are now looking to make the play up to the top side. We do see the teleportation coming in, but in the bot side, Izumi as well with the clash. Hold up, a big gank returning. Izumi able to get out, the links coming down, but the decimation is going to connect. This Bombshell is going to find that kill. Lethal counter from Alita finds human birdie in the Lapu, a 1-for-1 trade, but in the top side, we do see Carrie is going to get taking that kill down on Bruno off screen. So trades across the map there, 3-for-1 in the favor of Demigods. Right now, I mean, the pressure is there, Weezy.
Pressure is definitely there, but now 3-1, leaning into the favor of the Demigods, the Wild Wild West team against Nefarious. You are seeing this neutral objective kind of spawn in, and Bombshell wasting no time, going to go ahead and secure that aggro. Looking at the items, you are looking at that Martis going for that cursed helmet. Very interesting indeed to actually see this in play. Usually I kind of see these Martises go for that Blade of Despair. So I am kind of going to be watching the build that Martis is kind of going for today. You are seeing Carrie stack up on that Demon Hunter Sword nice and early, 4 minutes in, to kind of burst down these beefier heroes. Not wasting any time, but speaking of items, you are seeing that Bruno pick up that Wind Talker. So he's going to pick up on that damage as well and speed. But on the bottom side, speaking of speed, speaking of damage, you are seeing a possible clash underway, but like we kind of predicted, a little bit of a stalemate between these two. But on the top side,
3 members coming in from Demigods with the other airlines right now. DG trying to lock in for the kill on Some to Love. He's definitely going to go down. The links are in play. Mathilda going to go ahead and pick up that kill on Bruno, though. But the fight has been swung. Nefarious able to trade that out as Aloy's going to take down Venus, forcing the Black Boots and over the last surviving member after the 3v1 initially are now going to be pressured and be in losing end of this fight, trying to teleport out as Alita is still applying pressure. Barely makes it out as Bombshell on the bot side is going to go ahead and take down that XP laner's turret.
What an escape over there by Luyi right now with the diversion, able to teleport out when things get a little tricky, and able to get a kill in that process. Where did that kill come from?
I have no idea, no clue where that came from. But speaking of things, a pause coming out from the side of Nefarious as we catch our breath with all this early aggression and action, Weezy.
Yeah, that was a little surprising. I didn't really know what happened right there, but a little bit of a request for a pause. A little bit of a breakdown on the game so far. 6-3, leaning into the favor of Demigods, the team from the Wild Wild West, giving Nefarious a little bit of that harder early game. Now, we are going to possibly be embarking back, and the question is, will the side of Nefarious be able to pick up this tempo and not allow the early game to go into the hands of the Demigods?
Definitely, you don't want to let that go into their odds, though, into their favor. Nefarious, unexpectedly, right, on the back end. Not too many times we see them in this position, but like you said, we are seeing a new team as Mathilda is going to go ahead and commit to the all-in. Gary, now with the damage, links are in between them. This could go either way, but it looks like now it's swinging as Some to Love is going to show a little bit of hatred in his heart and take out Oh My Venus now on the tail end of DG, who might get sandwiched from Alita here. Doesn't know the gank is coming. Ballman has now entered the fray. The Ice Retribution has connected, and here comes the lethal counter. Here comes the boom, but doesn't find the kill now with the diversion. Now now. The Shell has entered into the fight. Lu Yi is going to find the kill, though, as he is not able to secure the trades right now from the side of Demigods are out of this world. A return, a reverse, after a reverse, falling back into the hands of Demigods as they secure that trade.
I think Ballman was kind of smiling right now, thinking he had that kill, but then a little bit of a surprise gank to take him out. Definitely have to be a little bit more careful on the map awareness as you are progressing through this game. But now 7-4, and both these teams kind of trading it out. But towers falling into the hands of Demigods as you are seeing that Lapu Lapu take the bottom inner turret.
Definitely taking those turrets, and we are seeing right now Demigods taking the charge up against Nefarious. Nefarious looking a little flustered, like they're not sure what to do. We see all the members currently in the mid lane kind of just reacting, right? Some reactive gameplay coming out from Nefarious, not really able to make their own decision, just trying to go with what Demigods is laying out. And right now they're laying out a world of hurt as we are seeing Nobert punishing the members of Nefarious, that front line, doing exactly what we thought, right? With them not having much mobility, all that CC, all that damage stacking up as they are now currently looking to push in on this mid lane. We see the members currently, Bomb Snell coming in the back line, Mortal Coils are in play, Brave Fighter stance has been entered as they do zone off and secure that mid lane turret. Nefarious wisely backing off, not a fight they want to take, as now Demigods is looking to take some free real estate, going in for the blue buff here, gonna steal that from Alita as Demigods is now increasing that lead.
Speaking of real estate, they have taken a majority of the map so far, not lost a single turret in the process. Impressive indeed, kind of making a Nefarious kind of have to play a little bit safer and re-engage and reevaluate this team. Super surprised to see how well the Demigods is kind of performing today. Never really seen them in action, and to see them go against Nefarious and have the early game pressure and kind of leading this match, forcing them to be more of that reactive team is impressive.
Speaking of react, here we did see the airlines come in, not going to lead to much. So the diversion is in. Black Boots forced out on Aloy on this Lilia with the burst coming in from Nobert on the Lu Yi. Both teams, though, going to go ahead and disengage after a little bit of trade, a little bit of scuffle, and a little bit of a ruffle.
You are seeing that Berserker's Fury being picked up over there by that Bruno to give a little bit of crit at his disposal. Speaking of damage, though, you do see that little group up by that Yin Yang over there on Lu Yi, having an amazing game. 2-0 and 3 KDA. Martis having an easier time in the jungle. We are going to have to see, Izumi possibly get a little bit more online as well, but he was able to win, or no, Izumi needing to get online as he's been beaten out by this Lapu Lapu in the XP lane, and Izumi's one of the best fighters for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, so we definitely see some friendly competition on the way to kind of claim that title.
Absolutely. And we do see, right, Demigod's able to force Izumi back there. Was looking to maybe clear out that way, but DG popping out of the woodworks is going to make him go ahead and reroute. Speaking of reroute, Demigods making their attention focused in on this first Lord spawning in, as they are going to go ahead and try to pick that up nice and early, uncontested, falling to the hands of Snails there. Speaking of, though, we do see the trade out some of the well, finding a turret there for the side of Nefarious, as Demigods still, with all that pressure and forcing more, taking that blue buff, but diversion coming in from Lu Yi. Looks like they're looking to make a play. They did transition all the way up to the top side. Maybe they're looking to catch some to love there on the Bruno. We were noticing him pushing up in that top side, but with no members there, diversion is not going to lead too much as the Lord is spawning in on the bot side and now pushing.
We are going to do a little bit of an item check as we are progressing to that 10-minute mark. You are looking at that carry, that late game minutes, picking up that Demon Hunter sword and also that golden staff for additional damage. And you're looking at that Bruno with that Berserker's Fury, that Windtalker, the Swift Boots for that attack speed. Speaking of attack speed, though, you see a little bit of pressure from the Ferris trying to stop them from having the sinkage of lanes, but Lord quickly making his way on the bottom side. You see Martis kind of answering back, taking a inner turret for the top side, and these towers are falling left and right, and the Ferris not really having an answer to stop it as down goes a mid inhibitor.
Absolutely. We do see Venus, though, going in for that airlines. They're having a little bit of fun. No follow-up there to make anything happen. But like you said, towers are falling. We do see Martis on the top side going uncontested. That's going to be an inhibitor. That's more than likely going to go down. But nope, the Guardian does get popped there. The little defense mechanism. Go ahead and clear out the rest of those minions. But Demigod's doing a good job of clearing out this map, as now the side of Nefarious is left to nothing but inhibitors.
Nothing but inhibitors, but the question is, can they turn this around? We know if any team can do it, it is definitely one of the most vetted teams in the MLSA, Nefarious, able to take 4 wins in a row against some top teams. We see, a lot of teams kind of come back from this kind of position, but there are a couple conditions that need to be met. Do not overextend. Wait for the enemy side to make a mistake. Wait for them to be over aggressive because they have that advantage. If they're not over aggressive, if they play safe, you want to kind of just take the gold that they allow. You do not want to overextend. You don't want to solo push, and you may be able to turn this in your favor. We do know Luminous Lord will be spawning in 50 seconds, so they have a little bit of time, but they need to group up and rotate with a game plan. On the side of Demigods, though, if they are able to be a little patient, kind of freeze the lanes and go for a pickoff in a bush with the over-aggressive playstyle that Nefarious is known for playing, they may be able to get this finish and get this Lord. And it looks like that is possibly the plan. Maybe waiting until like that 20-second mark to go for a split push to create the opportunity to take this Lord with a little contest on the side of Nefarious. But Nefarious quickly going in to try and clear some minions. Venus creeping up for some vision, possibly prepping for a potential set over there on Norbit, letting them know Lu Yi is here. Have no fear for the side of the Demigods, and it looks like they are going to have that zonage. 15 seconds till Lord spawns in, and it can still play a little bit of a waste, and also some CC over there by that Lu Yi, just able to push back the full team of Nefarious right now. My goodness! This woman is a problem, unable to really do anything for Norbit right now, and now Luminous Lord has spawned in, and Bombshell is going to waste no time. They're going to go ahead and start taking it down. The question is, can Nefarious find a doorway in? Will they be able to make a route to that Lord, or will it go into the hands of the Demigods? It's Lu Yi. It's just constantly pushing them back. The CC is too much to handle with their frontline composition, and Luminous Lord goes in to the hands of Bombshell, that Martis for the side of Demigods.
Yeah, a lot of things going into the hands of them. We do see the teleportation there from Lu Yi's. They go over to the bot side, looking to catch that wave up. And I mean, that is such a smart play there to teleport the team to go ahead and hurry up and sink that wave that was currently kind of in the neutral state. I mean, that's what I said, right? It just comes into such great effect when you have that type of macro. They are closing in on this top inhibitor, though. They are going to go ahead and take that down, fall into the hands of carry there. Now they are not also going to be able to take that top turret, as Lord is going to go ahead and charge and smack that down at one go. That is 2 inhibitors down within seconds of each other. Only a mid inhibitor left for the side of Nefarious. The base is basically cracked open at this point, as they are struggling to hold ground in this matchup against Demigods.
You do see minions kind of closing in as well, and they will go for that push on this inhibitor.
Speaking of things going in here, Shell kind of in the midst, able to get out though, but we do see the members of Demigods also going to focus on the mid inhibitor. The complete base is open now, nothing but the Nexus and the rest of Nefarious there to kind of defend against Demigods. They are looking poised to maybe potentially end. We do see many waves coming in. Link's coming down though. Nova going to catch it, immobilized, and tries to pull off the teleportation, but gets taken down by Alita with the bomb, and that's a man down from the side of Demigods. 4v5 currently in the favor of Nefarious. If there was ever a time, now is the time to kind of regain that ground, as we do see them for the first time coming over the walls to maybe potentially make a play, but they quickly are just going to go back and farm some of these waves. Man, I just feel like they should try to capitalize right now. They are currently up a minute. We do see some to prove now, kind of going in, but the disengage from Mathilda is going to create that separation of space from Demigods. But now we can seal coming out from some to prove. Aloy here. It looks like they might go for a play. Gloom is down on my Venus. Is going to pop that dash. Going to get away. Stun coming in for some to prove. The links are down from Carmilla, but DG is doing a lot of damage. Finding Aloy and forcing the black boost. Teleportation coming in from Lu Yi. Watch the screen. Bruno coming in doing a lot of damage. Norbert with the set though. Killing spree coming out from the Martis now on the back line there on Something to Love. Going to find a double kill on Something to Love there. Something to Lose now, as Demigods has now made the play 2 for 0 trade inside of Demigods, and that all came right there from Norbert, who we pointed out with that teleportation. What a sandwich from the side of Demigods.
Norbert definitely leading the way in a problem that you have to find an answer to for the side of Nefarious. He has that CDR build. He has an Enchanted Talisman, the Magic Shoots. You have the Genius Wand and Divine Glaive at his disposal for that late game burst damage, stacked with that Holy Crystal.
Speaking of things at the disposal, Nefarious looking disposable, with Demigods looking to potentially end this game. Links in from Something to Prove, though. We do see Human Blade entering God mode. The Brave Fighter stance. Alita doing his best to try to clear this wave. Nefarious doesn't want to go out right here. They do take out the minions, but one more minion wave coming in. Will Demigods look for the push? They look like they're going to go for the back, as Lord is coming up in less than 10 seconds.
Man, oh man, what a game. 15 minutes in. Not even a high kill game, though. 9-5 is not that high, but objectives are falling in the hands of Demigods left and right. And now you are seeing a very hard game for the side of Nefarious, as they have no inhibitor turrets in their favor. They're going to have to try and make a play happen, try and contest this Lord, because if the side of Demigods pulls this off, I don't know if they can contest another clash.
Speaking of contest, Human Birdie in the back line with that Brave Fighter stance as they are looking to secure this Lord Demigod. Bombshell is going to go ahead and pick that up. Alita currently being sandwiched in by the Mathilda Airlines. Links down on Demigods. It is going to break. Now they are looking for the re-engage. Something to Luke caught in between a rock and a hard place. Going to get taken out by Bombshell with that decimation. Now the members of Demigods are still pressing to go for the remaining members of the Nefarious. Look, keep an eye on the screen. Luigi with the teleportation looking to make the play, but might have went too far in. Gets taken out by Alita as he teleports into the Nexus. Lethal counter going to find him. A two-man Sunbelt coming out from Wapu Wapu. Human God mode. Mathilda might have made a mistake too with another dash going into the Nexus. Going to have the immortality powered by the glooms of Aloy. But the rest of the members of Demigods are looking to try to end the game. Link are falling down a mobilization, but they're not going to lose focus. Demigods will secure this win.
Whoo, what a game! Demigods on fire! The crown weighs heavy as they have 2 wins under their belt. Their first time ever in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, taking out some vets. First it was the Elite 10, and now it is Nefarious, definitely getting the eye of a lot of teams that are currently registered. Watch out for the guys from the Wild Wild West, as they are a problem.
Man, a problem indeed. Wow, what a game, right? From both teams, a low killing game, right? Only 10 kills for DG and 6 in the sides of Nefarious, but that was a 16-minute game, and we've seen a lot of big plays. Speaking of big plays, Bombshell coming up big with that MVP for the side of DG, and well with Norbert, right? Some great plays coming out from both of them, but enough with the chitter-chatter about what happened in the match. Let's look at the data, the statistics, and Norbert, 30% team damage. And this is the first time we've seen Lu Yi slot. No, not the first time, second time slotted, and both times leading to a victory for the respective teams. Norbert adding in to that very exclusive members there as he does lead the way for his team to go ahead and secure this win.
What a game, what a game! We are seeing Demigods on the rise, and definitely a potential team to pave their way to one of the best in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Let us know how you guys feel about them, the team from the Wild Wild West, taking out some vets in the making for the MLSA. But don't go nowhere, as we have another team on the way to kind of try and steal that crown. Ohana Esports on the way, and they are ready. Go ahead and get your popcorn, get your guys' drinks, because we'll be right back momentarily in the Land of the Dawn for King of the Hill.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you, the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Love you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Woo! Being in when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, never wanna forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We are on Season 1, Week 3, Day 3, King of the Hill. Today's been insane. We've seen a new team from the Wild Wild West claim the crown over the Elite 10 and also over on Nefarious. And now they are going up against another team who's kind of been competing, getting their foot into the professional scene, Ohana Esports. Now the question is, does Ohana have what it takes to snatch the crown off of the team from the Wild Wild West, the wild card team coming out of nowhere and taking out some veterans inside of the game? Super excited to see what these teams kind of do today. I want to see Ohana kind of draft a little bit smarter in this match. We've seen him have a little bit of a harder time getting online, especially against that match with Ackerman. So maybe a little bit of a game plan going forward inside of the draft to possibly maybe even do that Fanny comfort ban and not allow that to walk. But Demigods, you don't really know too much information on them, so you possibly want to go for more of that neutral kind of generic general ban for the NA server.
Absolutely. And I mean, in this matchup here tonight, right, Demigods already taken out Nefarious, right, taking out Elite 10, have kind of shown themselves already being kind of like a new potential powerhouse in the MLSA. In Ohana, we've seen them recently stepping out. It didn't have such a great showcasing. And right now, even being as the new team for Demigods, I feel like they have the upper hand already going against the lineup of Ohana Esports. But hopefully Ohana can show us, right, the strength of family, as that's what they are all about, not leaving any members behind. Gonna have to bond and unite and form a strategic game plan up against DG, a team they've never seen before in the MLSA.
Now,
speaking of things, though,
looking at the draft, you are seeing the Lunox being slotted in. There goes that Fanny ban, but not in the hands of, Ohana doing that. That's a little surprising. I don't really... No, actually, did we see... No, we didn't see Ohana pull out a Fanny before. I believe if we did, they didn't really perform the best on it. But maybe a little bit of a research on their profiles may say otherwise. Is the side of Demigod's going to go ahead and ban that out. But maybe it's just a safe ban, as they don't know too much about Ohana as well. So maybe, like we said, those general bans to just play it safe in case they do have that secret weapon at their disposal.
Absolutely a safe ban, like you said. DG doesn't have much information on these teams, but we do know they've been Fanny in every single match. This third match being no different, has taken it out in all the previous matches. Like I said, one of those safe bans. They didn't ban out the Lunux, though, and that's also interesting, but they do slot in that Carmilla, right, for the first pick, potentially going into that jungle. But we do know that Kaja right now is open and online if Ohana chooses to respond with it as they hover over the Eve.
Now, the Eve. This is an interesting pick indeed. If you are able to get that reward manipulation down in time, you can get some very good zonage over these neutral objectives. But the question is placement. You have to be, make sure that you don't get kind of caught out by those who can kind of go in and take out that backline. Even that Kaja, from time to time again, able to go in and grab up that Eve with the Divine Judgment. But speaking of Kaja, neither side, Ohana prioritizing the Terizla over a Kaja pick is very, very interesting indeed, as I'm surprised that this is kind of slid by for the draft.
And I mean, you're not the only one surprised. I mean, as I looked at it, right, my heart kind of sunk. Looking at Ohana, there's always game plans, right, teams may have, but at some point you have to step into reality, letting a Kaja pick potentially go through. But the side of DG not gonna be worried about that, as they do slot in that Diggy and Wanwan instead. So Kaja's still on board, but I do have to say now, if the Kaja does get slotted in from the side of Ohana here, definitely not going to be as much impact, but it looks like they wisen up. Taking that Valentina, the I am you and you are me, will be in effect with all that utility, with the links coming from Carmilla and that time journey now being able to poise to be stolen from the member of Ohana.
What an interesting draft indeed. A lot of meta picks kind of looked over but slotted in toward the later, half of the draft. Valentina definitely a wise choice, and kind of still that time journey from Diggy, the crossbow Tang over there by that Wanwan, and also that Curse of Blood that Carmilla can provide to kind of CC that whole team and stack up that damage output your team provides. We are seeing this Terizla kind of slotted in. We've seen it hovered over last game, but not slotted in. So I am going to be playing a close eye over there to Queenry over there in that XP lane to see how they perform, but you don't know who you're going against, so I'm kind of scratching my head on if that was the right decision, but time will tell. Leslie, not the worst option. It will be a Leslie versus a Fanny though, and Leslie kind of holding on to that Inspire, which will kind of limit her mobility. I'm wondering if they're going to keep that Inspire in her favor. We know Wanwan having that early aggressive mentality can definitely close that distance and get those weakness points to be able to get that crossbow Tang and take her out. So I think a little bit of objectives to focus on, especially for the gold lane, is to shut down this Wanwan. You got to let Leslie get to that late game. You got to make her be that marksman you guys can lean on when things get a little bit tougher and these defensive items get built. But on the side of, the side of Demigods, let Wanwan do that magic. Get her in those positions where she can get those weakness points and take out the full team. I definitely see the side of Ohana having to play a little bit safer in terms of engagement, as Wanwan makes it hard in these 5v5 clashes. You don't want to fight too close, because if you do, it's easier for her to get those weakness points, and if she gets it on one, she gets it on all.
Absolutely. And I mean, from the side of DG, right, definitely going to be able to enable Wanwan. You have the Diggy, and we've seen the way Diggy gets played, right? Typically, slotted into that kind of that babysitting position for the gold laner and a nuisance for the enemy gold laner. And up against a Leslie, it's definitely going to be very hard to be able to exert any early game pressure on this Wanwan when you have Oh My Venus sitting in your lane. Speaking of Oh My Venus, speaking true to the name, haven't seen anything out of something that we would see from Oh My Venus, right? Game 1 with the Lolita that was banned out from the side of Ohana, and then game 2 with the Mathilda and performing well, and now the Diggy. So definitely some homage indeed from this Oh My Venus, and if they play the way their counterpart does over there in Jakarta, potentially looking at quite a game from them, as the time journey will be faced up against the Tyrant's range, the Kosi Lop who's going to lock in that Kufra.
Now, you do have that Kufra, you have that Tyrant's Rage at your disposal. You have the Valentina to be able to steal that time journey. So they got a little bit of both, but sneaking in toward the late half of the draft, we are going to see the Kaja being slotted in. And this was previously on, you know, Human Bird, who played that Esmeralda and dominated inside of that XP lane versus that Benedetta. So if anybody can make Kaja work, it's definitely going to be Human Bird. And you have to watch out. And speaking of Human Bird, he's literally playing a Human Bird.
He is half man, half amazing. That's what he is in that XP lane, as he does go ahead and slot that in for the side of DG. And I mean, I have to say, I'm amazed that Kaja even made it this far. Since he wasn't picked up in the first half, I was just convinced neither team wanted him. But DG said, if you're going to let it walk, we might as well slot it in, as they do finish up their draft with that Kagura lock from Norbert, the mid laner, kind of leading the path for DG, as we are now heading over to the final pick from the side of Ohana, currently hovering over that Ballman and Ash's hand, as they do go ahead and lock that in, and that will be the finalized draft from both teams.
Finalized draft indeed. And right now, just looking at both sides, you have Ballman for the guaranteed objectives, the front line, the sustainability, the mobility, that lethal counter to kind of combo in with that retribution, stacked up against the Carmilla, slotted in the jungle as well, kind of able to pretty much give it easier time to your team with that Curse of Blood. Also a little bit more sustainability and mobility in her favor, but I gotta give it possibly to the Ballman, having an easier time with that retribution. But time will tell, as we are going to slowly embark into the land of Dawn. Now, looking at both teams, Ohana Esports, we've seen them have a little bit of a shakier time in the earlier weeks for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, but definitely have seen some improvement. So going into this game, we just got to make sure they have a game plan. Leslie has that Inspire. I was wondering if she was going to swap it, but deciding to kind of guarantee that faster attack speed at her disposal against that Wanwan. We know how aggressive that Wanwan can be with that Inspire as well. So it's going to be a bloodbath in the gold lane. But like we said, we need to see that pressure from both sides to make it work in their favor. As we embark into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, we are watching the team from the Wild Wild West, the Demigods, go up against Ohana Esports, one of the known teams competing since day one of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Place your votes. Who do you think will win this match? The Demigods currently with 2 wins under their belt, holding the crown, or Ohana able to snatch it off from the American Venus himself?
Absolutely. Cast those votes. So I'm going to go ahead and cast in some of my thoughts here. This is Leslie already feeling the Wombo combo coming in from the Diggy and the Wanwan, the bombs, and those marks doing their damage, as they are definitely landing in a lot of poke here. Might be taken out quite early if this proceeds, but what I was going to speak on was the Leslie with the Inspire, right? You did say you were hoping it potentially got changed out. Not only you, but me and probably many others that are viewing this match. Not something you need on Leslie. Definitely isn't attack speed oriented, right? Kind of goes in for the in and out with the poke. One hit, one drop there, hitting like a truck for the true damage. You don't really focus or prioritize attack speed. So the Inspire, not really a smart swat if you had to ask. I would definitely expect it to flicker, right? So I'm going to be able to reposition, especially up against this composition, as well as keep an eye there, right, on the Valentina. Has the Vengeance slotted on the Valentina in the mid lane. Also, definitely not something we are typically accustomed to seeing. So definitely highly unusual spells from the side of Ohana, and now Koski, after using the spell,
Ooh, Okosi in a bad situation. Down to barely any HP. Can the basic attack finish him off? A flame shot kind of wasted, but Venus, the American queen, is able to secure that kill. First blood into the hands of the demigods as we are seeing this turtle spawn in.
Spawning in, and that all came from the fact that Okosi Lapu Lapu, right, was forced to use that flicker mere seconds before that engage there, and that's what you want to see from a team like Demigods, knowing that they already wasted a little bit of utility from Okosi Lapu Lapu, knowing that that kill was going to be free. Speaking of kills being free here, it looks like we might see some clash going on.
Cooper kind of winding up, but pulled back by the Diggy as the turtle is going down to a quarter of HP. Bombshell able to secure it with the retribution, but will they get a trade-off for the side of Ohana Esports? They were able to take the turtle, but can they take some kills? You do see heavy aggression, the Tyrant's Rage for the double set onto the wall. You see Valentina, Ash rushing in, trying to get a kill, but neither team able to connect. Oh, wait a minute. Leslie getting the ultimate snipe out and takes down Bombshell. Down goes the jungle. Down goes one. Did we get another? No Bird able to get a kill on to Ash. Down goes that Valentina. A 2-for-1 trade, but Turtle going into the hands of Ohana.
A little bit of correction there. Turtle does go into the side of a team, but it's going to be Demigods, right? That goes ahead and picks that up.
What a steal.
Good there. All that action, right? But the lead does increase, right, from Demigods being able to pick up that turtle and some of those kills. They are currently up 2-1 and now up 1K gold early in the game as we just have recently crossed the 3-minute mark. Speaking of crossing over there, the crossbows.
Tang connecting and able to get a kill onto Leslie, but fight not over. Diggy doing some damage. A double kill into the hands of Wan Wan. Still not done. No hit with the lethal counter in silence and taken down by the Ballman. A triple kill on the way, though, able to take 3 members down for 1. That's a trade I will take any day. But over in the bottom side, you are seeing that Kaja against that Teresa. An interesting fight indeed. Kaja not really able, actually Kaja having an easier time using that Ring of Order, and Teresa really having a problem closing that distance. But speaking of Teresa, rushing in onto Bombshell, trying to possibly get a kill, doing a little bit of damage. Not really much of a threat right now. You see Kaja rotating in as well. Kufa winding up for a potential set, goes into the bush, unable to connect on any members of the side of the demigods. You do see Time Journey activated, kind of negate the CC. The rush in for the kill. Down goes Kaja over there for the hands of Ballman. But what a play. You do see Bombshell in a bad situation, quickly taken down by Okosi Lapu Lapu on the Cooper. Queen getting a kill on to Norbit, and now 5-5. Both teams even in terms of kills on the playing field right now. Only 4 minutes in, and already a high kill game. You do see Turtle spawning in, though, in the favor for Ohana, as they are going to go ahead and proxy it off, trying to take the objective, trying to zone it out. But Venus making his way into this Turtle. Stop, though, and you do see Ballman able to secure it. But the question is, who will get these kills? Diggy running away. Ballman on the chase, able to connect with that kill. Crossbow tank activated, getting all the weakness points, and able to take down Okosi, able to take down Queenry. Can you get the third? Do you get the triple? You do see Ballman on the retreat now, which will open up his blue buff into the hands of the demigods.
Does open it up, but right now Demigods opening up the map, securing that tower in the top lane, right, with that Wan just previously, as we do see Ice Queen Wando being picked up by a human birdie right now. Let's actually take a look at some of these items up ahead of any of these future clashes. We see the Corrosion and Demon Hunter Sword already in the hands of DG. That boy is basically online. The gold lantern for DG. Enchanted Talisman in the hands of Venus, opting out to skip the books, but does just now complete it for the magic boots there. So CDR is definitely the factor for Venus. Gonna have that Time Journey up nice and ready, available at all times, basically, for their side. Bombshell with that Cursed Helmet fully completed, gonna speed up that clear as he's looking to out-rotate and out-farm the Ballman. Someone else we know has very great clear. Speaking of clears, though,
you are seeing a little bit of a possible proxy on the bottom side, but not able to make much happen. And even though they're almost even in terms of kills, in terms of objectives, you're seeing a way easier time on the side of the demigods. They've taken 3 towers, leaving them down to their inner turrets for the side of Ohana right now. And you need to kind of focus on your lanes. You don't want to go for these fights if you're not going to get a pick off and you're not going to get a trade in terms of map and awareness. But speaking of a clash, you do see Kuno in a bad situation. Bombshell able to secure that kill, and down goes the Teresa that we've been keeping our eye on. An easier advantage and objective for the side of demigods, as they are going to try and push in for a possible inner turret play. Do you see a clash though? Ultimate Sniper, a little bit of contest over the blue buff, just kind of fighting it out. Ohana continuously taking these fights. Human Bird able to secure a kill on to Ash. Down goes Valentina. You do see Crossbow Tank activated. 1-1 able to get a kill. Takes 2 members down. Down goes Kosi, and also down goes the Leslie in the same point, and a triple kill to kind of top it off. And they are going to go ahead and open up this map even more, pushing in this mid inner turret. While this happening though on the bottom side, you do see Human Bird trying to show him what's the word, trying to take this bottom and mid or bottom inner turret, but a little bit of a contest, and Bombshell able to take that turtle in that process. Now 12-6. I don't know. I just feel like even though you take the fight, you have to take objectives, and we're not really seeing a game strategy right now from the side of Ohana. Just more kind of clashing it out for the fights, but not clashing it out for the objectives.
Definitely, because not only is it not really, it's not at all. They have 0 turrets taken down, with Demigods already cracking down 4. I mean, they've already done damage to the mid inhibitor, and we're only at the 7.5 minute mark, looking to go ahead and close out some of these lanes. The bot lane tier 2 also damage very low, getting left to
oh, Venus showing him why he is the queen right there, able to secure that kill over there on that Valentina. Those bombs are a little too explosive to handle for Ash, and right now 13-6. If Diggy's doing that damage, it is definitely going to be a problem. You are looking at the map heavily in favor for the side of Demigods, and we are not really seeing an answer from Ohana right now.
Not seeing an answer, but we do see that Clock of Destiny now being picked up by this Kagura. Actually built it after the Lightning Trunching. A little interesting there. It was probably holding on to that Elegant Gem, right, to regen some of that mana and that HP after every level up, but now going to go ahead and complete that item. Speaking of items, Kaja right now, not much in the way of a durability from the XP. Opted in for all the damage, a little bit of utility. The Ice Queen Wand and Glowing Wand has been picked up by him. Speaking of pickups, we also see Wand pick up Scarlet Phantom not too long ago. The trifecta of damage right now is in play. Not looking for any durability from both of these damage dealers. Speaking of damage, though,
you do see a kill as down goes to Rizla, increasing the KDA and also increasing the kills on the board for the side of Demigods. And right now, they are just having the time of their lives in the Land of Dawn, just pushing in all these towers, getting every trade that they want, and taking every objective. They haven't even lost a single tower yet. I'm glad that you kind of mentioned over there on that Diggy, going for that full mage build, not really worrying about the defense. We're just going to put a lot of that front line into the hands of Bombshell, who's already their jungler, but not worried about it, as having more damage would be an easier time taking out the squishies, those backlines such as that Ash on the Valentina, and also that Leslie, the marksman for the side of Ohana.
Definitely. But right now, we see a godlike falling into the hands of Demigod's gold laner there, the Wand, currently 10-1-1, having an insane game right now as the members of Demigods are looking to close out this match.
You do see Kosi unable to hit the mark for that CC, and down goes the mid inhibitor turret. They are going to push for a possible finish. Not really afraid to overextend, as they know they have the advantage. They have the goal difference of already 10,000, only 10 minutes in, and so they are going to go ahead and push some more inhibitors, and it looks like Ohana having a hard time trying to find some answers. They are trying to push the minions back though, but on the top side, they are going to go in for this inhibitor. Divine Judgment connecting for the suppression, and also able to connect on that kill. Human Bird takes down Ash. Human Bird takes down Leslie. You do see Diggy take out the Kufra. Fighting out over those. Creamy response, taking out Bombshell. You do see Ballman still in the class though, and Diggy able to secure that kill for the triple, and that is a wipeout for the side of Ohana, and game goes to the Demigods for a 10-minute finish.
10-minute finish. Demigods making light work of Ohana there. Ohana not going to leave each other behind, but is going to leave the victory on the board for DG to go ahead and take. Speaking of things on the board, DG online demand and charge with the MVP, 10-1-5, a ridiculous stat line, followed up with Oh My Venus going 5-1-11. True to the name, a superior support player indeed. But let's go ahead and take a look at these stats and see what led to this victory. And we see DG leading the front in all ends there, 32% team damage, 50% team fight, and 75 team fight percentage right there with Oh My Venus, who had 80%. Definitely a wombo combo indeed, looking to make all the plays on the map to lead their team to victory in 10 minutes as DG closes out their third game of tonight.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, 3 games already for the team of the Wild Wild Reds. First time competing in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, definitely raising the bar for competition, taking out Ohana, taking out Nefarious, and also taking out the Elite 10. But don't go nowhere, is up next. We have Novacore, if not one of the best for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and they will be facing off against this team. Now, I'm honestly surprised at how well they've been performing, right? They've been kind of scaling as they progress and showing you us piece by piece their potential to be a top team. But I am still wondering, do they have what it takes to take out Nova Corps, a team that has possibly the best placement in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy? They have Nova Ash, one of the best tanks on the server and in North America, kind of playing for them. So I really want to see how this game kind of goes. Grab some popcorn, get your drinks, and definitely place your votes on who you think will take this game. We'll decide of the Demigods be able to take 4 wins in a row and kind of tie Nefarious 4 wins in a row in King of the Hill, or will it be taken down by Nova Corps and will we see some new Kings of the Hill? See you guys shortly.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Being in when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are on Season 1, Week 3, Day 3, King of the Hill. And today has been insane. A team from the Wild Wild West known as the Demigods has been dominating, holding on to that crown, and they have not lost yet. 3 wins in a row, taking out Ohana Esports, taking out Nefarious, and also taking out the Elite 10. Now, the question is, can they keep that momentum going? Will they be able to progress through today's matches and take out one of the best in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, Novacore? As we know, Novacore has the best placement and possibly one of the best roams for the Scrim Academy in North America. So definitely place your votes. Let us know who you think will take this game. Will it be the American Venus himself, or will it be Novacore over there with their godly potential and placement to be able to steal that title?
Absolutely. And right now, right? Like you said, one of the top teams, Novacore, going against Demigods, who's currently on a roll, 3-0. Looking to make it 4-0 up against the mighty team that is Nova. And they do have one of the better roams in the MLSA. But tonight, right, we've been seeing Oh My Venus, someone very adept at the support. So I guess you could say maybe we're seeing Venus go off against Chalknut over there on the side of Novacore. A little bit of set master versus support mastery here in this matchup. It'll be interesting to see how these roams will lead their teams to either this victory or defeat.
Now, looking at this, you know, it was a good match between Nefarious and, you know, the side of Demigods, but going into this game, I expect the same level of competition, but I think maybe Novacore may be able to kind of pull it off. We've seen Nefarious, one of the top teams, have a very hard time, and it was very surprising to see the side of Demigods kind of pave that way in the early game and kind of put them as that reactive team, making everything work in their favor. Same kind of situation with Ohana Esports, and also with over there, you know, on Elite 10. So going into Game 4, Novacore definitely has to play a little bit safe, play on these objectives, work for placement, and try and throw off the tempo that the side of Demigods has built up today.
Definitely. Speaking of throwing things off, though, Novacore banning out the Kagura. I'm not sure. Maybe there's a respect ban. Maybe a little scouting report coming in from them banning out DG. Mid laner, though, we're seeing a lot of picks being banned out tonight, right? That are traditional picks, but looking more like respect bans. A lot of bans from picks that some of them hadn't even slotted that much in the MLSA. But speaking of one of those popular slots, Leomord being locked in from Novacore, we have seen the Stampede take full assault and full control on the battlefield in the Land of Dawn out here in the MLSA, as now the members of BG are going to look to respond against this pick.
Now, speaking of a response, taking up that Martis and taking up that Kaja, the dynamic duo to kind of get that job done, and a strong pick for the side of Demigods. The draft looking really well right now, but the question is, was the right answer the Leomord over the Kaja? Time will tell. Jolie don't care, literally not caring at all. Is going to go ahead and pick up the marksman nice and early, taking up that Bruno. Kind of wondering what the game plan is for that, but we know they have the guaranteed late game. Speaking of guaranteed, locking in that Fredrin over there on JW, wasting no time in the draft at all, just picking their choices in the first 5 seconds, kind of knowing exactly what their plan is right now, and you got to respect it. But also sometimes it might be a little bit wiser to let that clock dwindle down and kind of formulate a strong strategy. But speaking of strategies, over on the side of Demigods, they do have that Kaja, they do have that Martis, they have the Divine Judgment to kind of go in there and grab any hero of his choice with that suppression for the team. You do have that Martis with the Mortar Coils, able to kind of outdo a lot of players in the jungle, but you are seeing 2 of the best junglers for the season kind of go head to head. So definitely place your guys' votes on which jungler can kind of do it better. Speaking of better, though, another marksman slotted, but this time in the hands of Demigods, they're going to lock in another late game marksman, locking in that carry.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's just like you said, right? The game plan coming in, it looks like from the side of Novacore, not wasting any time in this pick and draft phase, seeming very confident, Will that be a cause of a downfall for them? Is yet to see. But like we said, they are definitely looking to go ahead and execute on whatever it is that they want to do. And from the side of Demigods, looking to continue what they've already done, currently sitting up 3-0 as we are starting to round out the second half of the ban phase. We have seen the Atlas and the Eve be taken out. Two very strong picks, and that Atlas, a very good band, especially knowing that they are going up against Nova Core, like you mentioned earlier, right? Nova Ash, one of the strongest roamers right now in the MLSA, and especially on those set tanks. You don't want to let him get too comfortable of a hero pool selection right now to go ahead and put in slot against your team. So the Atlas been very wise. The real world manipulation is taken out by Nova Core, which is kind of interesting, right? Because they were one of the few teams, actually the first team to introduce Eve into the MLSA. At first, we've seen it pick up here and there after. Speaking of pickups, though, Lily is going to go ahead and get taken off by Demigods here. Not going to let that early game mid lane priority fall into the hand of Nova Core.
I'm liking the way this draft is going for both sides. Definitely looking very, kind of scary on both sides with such meta picks being taken from both teams. But like we are saying, the marksmans, the late game damage dealers is definitely going to be a key to victory on both sides. You need to kind of protect that carry and also protect that Bruno. Kind of help them in the early game to rev up, as I feel like that will be one of the deciding factors inside of today's match. Now, looking at the side of Demigods, they have that Kaja. And we don't really know, well, actually, I guess we kind of do. He might be possibly Snow. Actually, we don't. He can be a flex pick, and he was slotted over there by Venus, so this might be a Kaja roam. It might not even be a Kaja XP, but still has potential to be a flex pick, so definitely a good choice indeed. But oh my goodness, speaking of choices, the first time ever we're going to see Chang'e be slotted in for the side of Demigods, and I'm wondering how this will play out as Nova Ash wasting no time on a direct counter. Going to go ahead and use that shield by Lolita to kind of stop, Norbert from doing that burst magic damage to try and secure those kills for the team. But man, how do you feel about this song? I've never really seen it slotted in a professional scene, not in North America at least.
Definitely not, but I love to see it. It's so funny because in the background, I've been talking with players here and there that have asked me about the mid lane, and I always mention, right, Chang'e is a nice little backup option, a nice little pocket pick, if you will, to kind of have in your pool to go ahead and slot in. And I'm so happy to see it get locked in. I don't know if I would have put it in this composition, especially with the roam available and Lolita still on board, but that doesn't mean it's not able to be playable, right? There is a counter, but you can always still work around it. That's just how the game works. Execution does come into play in between these two heroes, especially when you have carry out there, right? You're not the only person with that range that Lolita has to worry about. So Nova Ash could have his hand full. Either you block the meteor shower, or you got to block that true damage barrage coming out from carry. You got to pick your poison there, and you might have to swing the other direction. Could let this Chang'e outperform. Speaking of, though, the Chang'e with that clear, right? The clear coming in from Chang'e, it's actually insane once you hit level 4. A lot of pressure, and we know that when we see Luigi, there's going to be a lot of rotations with the that diversion, which is exactly what Chang'e needs, right? To potentially go ahead and push down that mid lane tower. One of the fastest mid lane clears available in the game as far as mages go. So it'll be very interesting to see how Norbert plays and performs on this Chang'e. Needless to say, I am super excited.
Speaking about exciting, we are seeing Nova Ash, like you said, one of the best roams for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. #1 in Canada for Lolita. Definitely a force to be, reckoned with, and you are going to have to watch out for those Numenon blasts, as those are going to be those key deciding factors to win these clashes for Nova side. We know over there on Ash, able to get into the right place at the right time with the right moves to set up that potential kill for your team. But on the side of Demigods, the new team from the Wild Wild West, we are going to have to expect them to keep that momentum that they've been showing us today. Can they hold on to that crown? They are going against one of the best teams, and if any team can take it away from them, it is definitely Nova Core. But speaking of both sides, a clash on the bottom lane.
A clash in the bottom lane indeed, as we do see a first blood, though, falls into the hands of Jolie. Don't care, and Jolie's here to do damage instead and go ahead and take out Carry there in the top lane, as the members are now clashing over the Litho that falls into the hand of Nova Core. More calls coming out, but it's going to get caught by the stun coming in from Nova Ash and Lolita, as the disengage is now taking place from both teams.
What a play. And we were talking about these late game marksmen, but a little aggression, too aggressive, matter of fact, and you're going to delay your late game spikes if you continuously get taken out in the gold. You need to play a little bit safer and wait for the ganking potential from your team.
Absolutely. Speaking of ganks, we do see the two-member rotation coming in from Demigods to kind of respond against Jolie's aggression here. But Jolie, like I said, don't care. Coming out a little bit of damage there to Nova on the Chang'e, breaking out that shield, looking for a reset. Chang'e is, that's the sun coming from Nova Ash in the bush on Oh My Venus here on the Kaja as the members are now lining up. Almost lucky there, right? That Nova Sin not having that level 4 spin, a level 4 Bombshell does have the level 4. He's looking to do some pain. Mortal Coils coming in. There are members low, but they're wisely keeping their positioning a little more on the back end away from it as both teams are going to start rotating down for this turtle.
Definitely having some placement already. And you do see the decimation by Martis to get that kill onto who is Peter. And now he's going to start making his way as that linebacker potential to that turtle with a little bit of a slight advantage. Now 1-1, pretty even on the board. But the zoners over there by Demigod secures that turtle.
Melting it down. Divine Judgment though coming out from Venus. The I'm offended coming out for the two-man pull. Oh my Venus gonna find a kill on Sin there. Bombshell down in the background there, trying to take out JW. Was gonna go ahead and get over that wall, over into that turret there. As the members of Nova Corps are gonna win that trade.
Man, trades are all over the board right now, but both teams kind of being a little bit more even with each other. But in terms of gold, into the favor of Demigods already, and definitely impressive. We are looking at a little bit of the early game items, which will pave their way to kind of turn the story around for either side of these teams. You are looking at the Leomord kind of not even really picking up his boots yet, going for that damage. You are seeing that Molten Essence by that Fredrin, that kind of beefier composition stacked up against that Ruby, who is going to build a possible Blade of Despair. No, it's kind of switched it around to another item, but I'm curious to see, you know, what that Ruby is going to build. Maybe even a Haas class for some sustainability. But speaking of sustainability and sets, Numenon Blast not able to hit the mark, and that's a little bit of a wasted utility for the side of Nova Ash, but at least able to protect Nova Sin on that jungle from that invasion. 3 minutes in, teams playing very smart, definitely focusing these objectives. You are seeing that Kaja lock in those magic shoes, that roam Kaja over there by Oh My Venus. The queen himself is going to definitely try and go in and possibly create some opportunity with that Divine Judgment, but we need to see him kind of focus in on the gold lane, and we're not really seeing the presence yet. Maybe going to be picking up here shortly as he is making his way in for a possible bush play, but Nova Ash spotting him out. Gonna possibly go back in, gonna possibly try and get a kill. You do see the Ring of Order going down, the Divine Judgment for the suppression on Nova Ash, taken down to some low HP, and a possible kill on the way.
Possible kill on the way as he is being chased by Norbert there. Definitely not going to be able to find the escape, throwing out the shield for the little bit of delay there. But Nova Ash definitely going to get taken out as he is trapped over on the other side of the wall. But blast, but no, he is being taken out by Norbert with that final attempt of desperation to stay alive just a little bit longer. As the members on the mid lane, we are seeing JW taking on a lot of onslaught. Stampede coming in, double kill though from Norbert with a meteor shower is going to pick up the 2 kills in the mid lane. That is a trade going to the favor of Demigods.
What a trade. Now 1-4, and Demigod's leading the way. This team is insane right now. It doesn't matter who they go against. We're kind of seeing the same story. But Nova Corps not too far behind to kind of change the page we're looking at. We are seeing Cursed Helmet fully locked in from the Martyrs right now to go even beefier and also have a little bit of that magic damage potential. But speaking of damage,
Nova Ash coming in with the stun shield. Might be able to finish it. Flicker in from Bruni. Jolie really doesn't care. Going to take out that trade, but now cut out for 3 members is Oh My Venus. They're going to return that back. A new Slain there as they are going to go ahead and start up this turtle. Now they have the numbers advantage.
You are seeing a little bit of proxy in lane by the Ruby create that opportunity for a possible cut, but Turtle does go into the hands of Bombshell. 2 turtles into the hands of the Demigods right now to increase that gold lead now 15-12 or 13k, up 2,000 and also up by 3 kills. Definitely impressive, and we have to see a little bit more focus on objectives from the side of Nova Corps. But speaking of objectives, Numenon Blast not able to hit the mark again by Nova Ash, which is interesting because, like we said, Nova Ash is one of those tanks that has the best placement for these ultimates inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and not able to hit the mark twice in a row is definitely showing you the capability that Demigod is showing today.
And speaking of capabilities, Mortal Coils paired up with that Meteor Shower doing a lot of damage to Nova Ash, but the Yin Yang, bang bang, coming out from Luigi Peter there, trying to make the members disengage. Here's Sin right now on the gank on this Ruby here. They try to sandwich him in, but might have been in trouble there as Bombshell is now on the turn here. JW going deep into the jungle, trying to find Norbert. Energy Eruption, looking for the taunt, the knock up there, and is going to secure that kill, but now caught in by the Mortal Coils. We do see the Predator's Wrap does get popped, but without enough crystal damage being in place, not going to do too much. He is going to be able to find his way out, but in the top side there, we are seeing the members kind of group up for this Joey Don't Care, Nova, Ash. We might see a set. We do see the ultimate is ready, but so is the ultimate from Oh My Venus. Divine Judgment and Numian Blast are in play here. The Numian Blast is going to start going, but Oh My Venus is going to cancel with that Divine Judgment. DG and Joey are going to go for the 1v1 trade in the meantime as they are both able to disengage, but now Peter here with a Lu Yi, a little too late here, maybe potentially. Norbert is here. We do know the Meteor Shower is in play, can fend off against this wave if he chooses to do so with that ultimate as the members are still there. Peter, though, applying a lot of pressure with the Ying, but now the Meteor Shower, Ash doing a good job with the shield, though, kind of blocking off. Jolie Don't Care is going to take out Norbert, who is overextended there in that trade, but now Bombshell on the back end, Diversion coming out, but is going to get hit by the monocoils. We're not going to be able to knock them out as Nova, Ash, and Peter are able to escape, and Jolie is able to retreat back to the tower, not able to find anything there. A couple more members, though, the Decimation can still find a play if they are able to sandwich these members. There's only 2 of them. Make that 3, though, but monocoils coming out from Bombshell. Gonna wisely go ahead and back off now as the turtle has spawned in and start that up solo. The members of Nova Corps currently low. Not much in the way of ability to be able to contest. There is a Leomord, though, currently stalking his way over on the Litho. Stampede is available if he chooses to go Inhuman Birdie, though. Trying to zone him off with the Ruby's going to do a good job as Bombshell picks it up. Stampede, though. I'm offended, finding 2. No, make that 3 members of Meteor Showers coming out. Bombshell decimating Nova, Ash looking for more. Here's Nova. Sin is going to be pushed back, but Joey Don't Care is going to be able to find Venus, who is overextended, finding himself in between 4 members in the jungle with no assistance. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but Turtle is well going to the hands of Demigods, is going to make that go in their favor.
In their favor indeed, and that is the 3rd neutral objective that they have stolen without no problem. 6-5 on the board, up by 2,000 kills as well, and up by or 1 kill, not 2,000 kills, 2,000 gold, 2,000 kills. I think the game would be over.
That'd be crazy.
But no, but still insane how they are performing today, even on one of the best teams in the MLSA, and this is definitely gonna be a new addition to our tier list.
Jolie, very aggressive. Should have been a little more careful about his positioning as DJ's going to take him out. But speaking of positioning, JW facing off against the 3-man push here as the Meteor Shower is coming out, taking a lot of damage here. Going to have to give up this tower as members of Demigods will force their way onto this XP laner's tower as it is taken down from the side of Demigods.
Now, looking at Demigod's playstyle, right, they are playing very well in terms of rotating around the map and realizing which objectives to focus on. They're kind of looking for the small weaknesses that Nova Corps has and making the most out of them. And that's kind of hard because Nova Corps is not a team that makes a lot of mistakes. So to kind of see them pull it off, even with a wild card pick like the Chang'e on their side, is definitely impressive. But a kill over on the top side as you see Lu Yi able to burst down that carry. But man, oh man, definitely all the plans inside of the hands of Demigods right now. Oh my god, that was 3 bars right there. Holy. Okay.
Looking for a record deal, Weezy? Speaking of deals, though, we do see the Nisha shirt coming up, but the Divine Judgment is going to come out and try to connect. Destroyed the tower is by Jolie Don't Care, even with the pressure coming out from Demigods trying to save it. Speaking of pressure, though, we do see JW and Human Bird having a little bit of a 1v1 off in the XP lane. Both going to choose the disengage for the disengage, though. Bombshell going to be forced out of the River Bush with all that Yin Gang pressure coming out from who is Peter. Ahead of this Lord spawning in, a little bit of pressure on the mid lane. Jolie trying to do some damage there. Ruby going to miss the I'm offended, not going to connect there. Oh My Venus now leading the charge from the team. Taking the charge, JW leaving the bot wave push on that XP turn. It's going to go ahead and take it down ahead of this Lord, which is going to be actually quite huge, right? To add some extra pressure onto the side of Demigods. Nova Corps trying to find themselves some positioning in this game.
A wise decision indeed, realizing the separation was there and taking advantage of that objective. And this is what you want to see from these top teams. Speaking of top teams, let's look at some of their items to kind of help them along the way. We are looking at this Martis building up that Cursed Helmet, that Brute Force Breastplate, that Leomord with that Bloodlust Axe, also stacked up with the Hunter Strike, some sustainability, and also a little bit of pin and speed on the way. But over on the top side,
And the top side, we've seen a little bit of failed engage there, but Nova Ash with the recount are going to find Bombshell with that Numian Blast as he is going to be ganged up by the members of Nova Corps. That is a jungler down for the Lord and the diversion now coming out from who is Peter. A little bit of a bait. Ash over the wall with the jump. Yin Gang, bang, bang. Going to find him. Joel is going to complete that kill on Oh My Venus. That's 2 members down now ahead of this Lord. Jolie still pressuring that mid tower, but now the whole time team of Nova Corps is going to direct their attention over to this first Lord, and the members of Demigods cannot contest as they are down valuable members here. Nova Corps is going to take this up uncontested now into the hands of Nova Sin, finding their way back into this game. Nova is, don't count him out just yet, Steph Weezy.
Ooh, you are seeing Jolie Don't Care coming online 5-2-1 right now, and down goes that mid tower over on the top side though. Possible diversion, trying to rush in for the kill, but you do see Carrie kind of spotting it out, kind of hinting on a little bit of that bloodlust from the side of Novacore, and wisely deciding to push off. That would have been very bad. That was like the 5-man team for one marksman. That's a little bit of overkill if you ask me, but definitely a wise decision to kind of retreat. But speaking of decisions, a little bit of a fight underway in the top side as Novacore kind of turning this game around. They took the Lord, and they also have the pressure in terms of the map right now over on the Demigods.
Absolutely, and we did see that Divine Judgment get wasted, so it will be interesting to see how Oh My Venus will fare in this fight. As we do know, Nova Ash does have the Numian Blast in his back pocket. Flicker coming up quite shortly for him. I think that's less than 20 seconds. They might try to stall this out and let this tower get pushed in and go ahead and go for the set on that inhibitor. Looks like that is exactly the game plan now. The members of Novacore are stacking up. I wouldn't be surprised if we might see a little bit of a concealed play potentially as another turret does fall down and now adding pressure into that mid lane. Nova Ash currently holding back, a little hesitation there. He's definitely, you can see, he's definitely wanting to go for the set. He's trying to see where it's going to come from. Peter there, trying to add some marks there with the yin yang. The Lord's already been taken out, but Jolie's going to go down and transition for the bot tower. Good macro play from him as he destroys the tier 2. Nothing left but inhibitors on the side of Demigods.
As we are creeping in to that 12-minute mark, going from that mid, going toward that late game. But speaking of late game, Carrie gonna kill on who is Peter. The meteor shower for some additional damage, but unable to hit Nova Ash. But a little bit of an overextension, like we said, overstaying your welcome. You had the advantage. No need to kind of turn it back inside of Demigod's favor. But speaking of favor, looking at the items, Martis with the full tank build right now. No damage items minus the cursed helmet to work at his favor. But over on the blue buff, you do see a possible engagement as they are going to try and contest it.
They are. Nova Ash going to leap into that bush for the stun. Going to get stunned out by Ruby, though. In return, Meteor Shower coming out from Nova. Not going to find any members, though. A little premature release there on the ultimate. But maybe just trying to look for a little bit of disengage for the team there. Now, the members currently just paced up, stalling. Not too much on the map going on. You can see, though, Nova Ash looking to find out where these members are. Diversion there. A little bit of a bait into that bush. Not going to go ahead and take that. But now, Nova Ash potentially about to face check the wrong bush as the Divine Judgment does find him. Mortal closes out with Stampede in return for that meteor shower down. The disengage though from both teams, and boy, that could have got really ugly from Nova Ash if his team wasn't right there to kind of give him that assistance to go ahead and disengage.
You do see Thunder's Belt and Cursed Helmet picked up. JW picking up the Cursed Helmet, Thunder Belt over there on the carry. A little bit of an item check as we are barking toward that 14-minute mark. We're looking at the man with the plan, Jolie Don't Care, having a lot of damage at his disposal. Almost the full build. Berserker's Fury, Endless Battle, also having that Scarlet Phantom and the Malefic Roar in his hands. And then going a little bit more defensive now to kind of top off his build. It's definitely going to be something hard to push into as Jolie has the damage needed to kind of close out this game. But looking at the opposing marksman, Demon Hunter Sword picked up for the damage to the beefier heroes, but then sliding his second item as the Wind of Nature, which means he will be lacking in terms of damage against Bruno, but he can't kind of negate it. But Numian Blast not connecting, a little bit of a retreat. Ring of Order over there by Venus.
Over the retreat there, Yin Yang a little bit of damage to Oh My Venus, and boy, that Numian Blast would have been insane had it connected. But that's all right though. Didn't waste the flicker. When it's back off on cooldown, we'll be able to use the cooldown. Meteor Shower, we're gonna go ahead and use to quickly take down some of this Lord. Stampede gets called in. Jolie is though gonna take down that turret. Yin Yang doing a lot of damage over the wall from who is Peter, grouping up those members. A lot of bursts coming out right now. Leo might have overextended just a little bit, but the Lord is still alive. Now the Nexus in play. Numian Blast going down, not gonna find anyone, but Oh My Venus gonna get taken down by Nova Ash. Now they're looking to focus on the tower. Nexus is going down. Novacore will shut down the Demigods, turning them into mere mortals in the face of one of the top teams from MLSA.
Whew, what a match! If any team could do it, it was definitely Novacore, but still got to give it over to the side of Demigods. To be able to take out, 3 teams in a row is impressive. They took out Nefarious. It was kind of unexpected. Nefarious, one of the best teams in the MLSA, kind of having a hard time against them. We saw their versatility across the board for a lot of different teams they went against, but Novacore kind of coming on top, letting them know who's boss in the MLSA right now. But Demigods, I hope to see you guys in future events, as you guys are definitely a good team to kind of do that damage. But speaking of damage, a little bit of check on to the data.
And as we are looking at the statistics here, we can see clearly what brought the win over to the side of Novacore. That turret focus there, 86% turret damage, 23,000 coming into the hands of Jolie Don't Care. But pair that up with the damage from who is Peter with the Ying Yangs coming in with 60k damage, 35% of the team damage there. Those two, Peter and Jolie, definitely don't care about whatever the demigods had going on as they go ahead and shut them down. The score of 9-8 in this fourth matchup of King of the Hill.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is the Kings of the Hill being transferred over to Novacore. What did we say? The team from the Wild Wild West now losing to, a quote from Deku, some peace in the Middle East, kind of served right there from the side of Novacore. So super excited to see who's going to compete against them next. For those who don't know, this is King of the Hill, and the rules are simple. We are doing a first come, first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on Monday through Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you guys sign up. Make sure you guys compete by officially registering on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. But don't go nowhere because the show is not over yet. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, get a little bit of a stretch going as if that match enough did not get that blood rushing for you. We do have another team up ready to compete against Novacore. We are going to be seeing Immortals back in action, and I want to see how much they have improved this. We haven't really seen them compete in a while. We've seen Dark Immortals, we've seen Immortals 2.0, but now to see the original Immortals themselves may be a little scary. But when it comes to immortality, like Deku said, we've seen Novacore be able to make people that are immortal, such as demigods, mortal. So a team named Immortals may be the similar situation, but maybe they'll prove us wrong. Find out here shortly as we embark back in the Land of Dawn momentarily.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Woo! when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. when you're miles away. Yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me aside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Land of the Dawn. We've seen an insane match between the Demigods and Novacore. The Demigods, who are holding on to that crown with 3 wins under their belt, taken down by Novacore, one of the top teams in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. But the Demigods coming out of nowhere from the Wild Wild West, a brand new team for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and definitely having a lot of teams' interest as they were seeing them kind of dominate up that ladder for King of the Hill today. But Novacore has snatched off that crown, and they do have a challenger on the way as Immortals is back in action. A team we haven't seen since the first week of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Now the question is, how do they fare against Novacore? How do they fare against other teams in the Academy? Time will tell, as we are going to embark between these two teams. Will Novacore be able to take that title and remain, or keep the title, keep that crown, and take that second win under the belt, or will we see the side of Immortals kind of steal it away from them?
That's right, Weezy. And swinging in over here to the match, we do have Immortals, like you said, up against Nova Core, a matchup that I'm a little eager to see, right? We know what Nova Core can do. We know the roamer that they have and the mage that they have, the Peter, who is Peter there. If you don't know his name, you should know it by now. Up against Immortals, a team a little unorthodox, right? Out of the box with their drafts, a little unusual, but like we all know, able to sometimes find the ground and make it work. Speaking of things working, the pick in ban now in effect. The first half of the band's complete. Kaja, Joy, Martis taken out, with the Carmilla, Valentina, and Leomord also out of play as Immortals is looking for their first pick.
All right, and with that Valentina picked up, though, it looks like there's gonna be no pressure on either side of the team. They should be able to really flex out their roamer for sure, since that CC copy is now gone. Any roam here, honestly, should be pretty free to use. I mean, all necessary bans are pretty much banned. I still do see that Wanwan's still very, very open. Wanwan has been pretty OP right now. That Fredman did get picked up, like you said, Deku, on last night's stream, a walking Petrify. That is definitely being picked up right now.
It is being picked up and into the hands of none other than Shock. Little history there. Shock actually coming from the roster from Elite 10 now. They make his way over to the roster lineup of Immortals. So this will be our first time seeing Shock with his new team, his new allies from the side of Immortals. Speaking of new, though, Alice being locked in the MLSA for the first time, the first recorded appearance of Alice right now, and that is going to the hands of Novacore.
I mean, have you seen any games like recently, even in ranked games? Have you seen Alice being picked up like that? First pick?
It has not been picked. I have seen the adjustments right in those patch notes recently.
Right.
But nothing really to indicate that it would be the return pick, like you said, the first pick of my draft. Maybe something later on in a certain matchup, but Novacore obviously looking for something a little more as they paired it up with that Ferrandis, and now that Bruno being locked in response from the side of Immortals.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure they did pick up that Alice for that late game sustain. I mean, going against a Fredrin, I mean, it's pretty hard. I mean, any person that pretty much walks up to him, pretty cringe. And I do see that they picked up that Valier. I mean, that Valier though, that CC with just that glowing one and that ice cream one, that CC is absolutely disgusting. I mean, any tank or anyone that just tries to get close to that Valier, I mean, it's gonna get pushed out, like sent back all the way to where they came from, pretty much. But Valier just recently got a buff where if your first skill clears a minion or hits somebody now, it resets the cooldown on that. So that cooldown is not that long either. What is it, 2 seconds? Around there? Ooh. I don't know about that Atlas pick though. Diggy, oh, they might actually ban Diggy. What do you think? Do you think Diggy's gonna be banned or no?
They definitely can go for the Diggy ban, right? And that's kind of what happens. You usually will see on that red side, especially if Atlas is still available for that third and final pick before the bans. They lock in the Atlas and kind of take care of the Diggy. It'll be interesting, though, to see if Nova Corps will ban out Diggy, as they are taking some time, maybe potentially thinking about it, maybe to see if Valor could potentially be the Mage and Frederick maybe the Roam, or, that Valier Roam as well, because they don't take out the Diggy. They go ahead and opt in for the Claude ban. So Nova, maybe daring them to pick up the Diggy if there is still room for it.
I mean, I don't know the last time I've seen a Valier Roam though. I mean, Valier Roam, very good CC and very good controlling mage, but as a Roam, I don't know. Actually, Nova's the one that actually banned Diggy, which is actually interesting because honestly, I would let the side of Immortals ban Diggy since they have Prio. I mean, if they ban Diggy, they're still gonna have a choice. But very interesting to see Nova pick up that Diggy because it can pressure Immortals to actually ban something else. But I do see that they did that. Ban that Leslie, that late game damage hero, that true damage, honestly, can one-shot anybody at that point when it snowballs to late game. So I'm pretty interested what they're gonna ban now. Karina, very interesting ban.
Interesting indeed. An interesting draft so far from both of these lineups. We have a Valier slotted in as well with an Alice. Two very interesting picks, like you said. But we do know Bling is kind of a Valier main there. Loves to go ahead and slot it in. That Torrent's Flame would have to be on point to stop Nova Ash, one we know is has a keen nose for those sets.
Oh, absolutely. And that Valier, though, I mean, we all know that his ult is immune to CC once you time it. So I don't think that Valier might be too much of a problem against that Atlas because any CC that he's going to get thrown at is pretty much going to be immune. I do see that they picked up Beatrix, and like Deku and I, we've already seen many times that Beatrix has been very much picked up with that mobility too. It's pretty nice, but with that Valier and Fredrin, I don't know about that Beatrix. I mean, very, very good sustain by Nova Corps, and I'm pretty sure if their sustain just starts to fall off, I mean, I don't know if that Beatrix can be in any of those team fights until someone's picked off, and I do see a Benedetta getting picked up as well. What do you think about that Benedetta pick?
A strong option right now. Benedetta, one of the top picks in the XP right now, in the game, currently rising up. So definitely something I do expect from any team out here looking to perform in the XP lane. We know that the cut is there. We know the potential, right, to out-rotate enemy XP laners can create value. Speaking of the value, though, Ballman being slotted in to add into this early onslaught that the side of Immortals has kind of geared themselves to. The Valier, the Benedetta, Ballman, and the Fredrin, along with that Bruno even, all picks able to get online fairly quickly up against the scaling lineup from the side of Nova Corps, right? The Alice, the Ferrandis, that Beatrix, and even the Atlas, right? Looking at those later and getting the team fights, level 4 and onwards and such. It looks like the side of Immortals is looking to try to push the tempo early against Nova Corps. Maybe put them on their back foot where they don't, how they least expect it early on in this match. And potentially be able to shut this out nice and early against Nova Corps. But we do know Nova Corps is not the team to easily be thrown off by these compositions or to be pushed off their own tempo or pace. Speaking of pushing off, though, Nova Sin is going to lock in that Akai that would be paired up with the Atlas.
I mean, Nova Corps is very heavy on CC right now. I mean, they have that Atlas, they have that Akai, and if like things were to go south, they do have that Faramis to kind of pick up their back and kind of push them up the way they need to. But if you notice, Immortal's is actually lacking a lot of magic. I mean, their only source of mage damage is that Valier, and I think now that I see that draft, Valier is definitely going to go mid, and that Faramis is probably going to stay mid as well. With that Alice though as side, that Alice against that who is that Alice going against? That Benedetta, might see a little bit of a competition going on that lane, because I know Alice just got that buff, but we all know that Benedetta is actually really strong in that laning phase, and Benedetta can pretty much, you know, be very, very quick with what she's doing. Very sure definitely on the hands of Immortals for that good mage clear, or that mid clear. And I'm gonna put that question to you now, Deku. If you had to pick, just from the drafts, which team would win, which side do you think would win, just by looking at the drafts?
Oh, without a doubt, I have to give it up to Novacore. I think they just have so much utility and so much follow-up and chain effects possible that Immortals is like, unless they play this early game like 100% perfectly, they are going to lose out against Novacore's composition. Speaking of losing out, though, Peter taking a lot of damage from this Valier. He is forcing that early tempo, but the Shadow Centipede to go ahead and pick up Shock is going to be instantly punished now, as Nova Ash and Nova Sin are going to go ahead and stack up on him, and that's the first blood going to the hands of Nova Ash. Already some mistakes being made, but Benedetta has rotated. Gonna have to get back out of there, though. Ballman trying to spin to win, trying to find something here. Beyblade in action. Not going to be able to pick up a kill, though. That is still a 1-for-0 trade in the favor of Novacore.
I mean, I don't know if you saw that, but that Valier early game damage is actually insane. I mean, he pretty much almost took out that Faramis within a couple of shots. That mid clear now is going to probably be in the hands of Immortals now. Just force that. Oh, I thought that Faramis would have recalled, but I guess not. As we all know, that mage gold definitely needs to be stacked up there just a little bit, just so that pressure can be put and that rotations for it to happen. But yeah, that Atlas and Faramis is definitely doing both their jobs to clear that mid lane as fast as they can, and probably just going to start heading their way over to that gold lane to make sure they can do a pickoff. And speaking of pickoffs,
we do see the heavy spin on Shock here from Nova Sin, keeping him pinned up against the wall, but dropping damage too low. 9-1-1, trying to find the lethal counter, but it's going to get slowed down by the Retribution and the CC, the frozen passive coming out from Nova Ash. 3 members, though, still currently up in that top, but Benedetta looking for the back cut on the turret, trying to find Sin, not going to connect, though. Ballman here trying to help him escape as he is able to go ahead and disengage from that fight. Bling over here doing a little bit of poke damage here. We do see Alice, though, has already cut the wave down to the tier 2 tower. Now in the backside over by the red side jungle, gonna walk right by Shock, who's gonna misplay his jump. Nova Ash applying that freeze to Bling, who might get taken out by Peter, who goes in with the flicker and will secure that kill and disengage with the Shadow Stampede. 2-0 right now. Ballman, though, looking for a kill, does drop Nova Ash a little, but the Cult Ultra from Peter is going to go ahead and start off that lethal counter that he was also desperately looking for to go ahead and connect on to the members of Novacore. Now, shout out to you from Peter, doing a good job of zoning. Nova Sin to go ahead and pick up that turtle uncontested.
Alright, looks like that turtle was a very easy pickup for Novacore. I mean, both their roam and their side was just a little bit out of place. I mean, if we take a look at these items down here, we do not see any core items yet picked up yet, but we do see that the jungler did pick up that Molten Essence on his favor, so that you can definitely make sure to get those jungles much, much faster. Nothing too much yet from the marksmans. They're pretty, not that too much of a gap between them. I do see the breastplate picked up by that Beatrix. Maybe a little bit easier laning phase for that Beatrix. But as of now, everything looks really good. The gold gap is not too much yet.
And we see the Fatal Links coming out from Ash in the ambush. Peter going to find the kill on Bling there. Ballman trying to escape out of there, throws down a lethal counter, going to drop Ash dangerously low, but he is able to flicker out and get away without dying. Now we do see Bruno with a very aggressive play, flickering into the west of Jolie, who is going to go ahead and pick up that kill. Nibiru Passion coming out as he does go for the weapon swap. Not going to find the kill, but is going to find the way to force the members of Immortals back to base.
Alright, I do see that because of the pickoff, Novacore is definitely trying to push up that mid lane right now, but I do know that Bling with that Valier is going to definitely be able to defend that. Looks like their top tier turret is going to get pushed down just a little bit. I don't know if they can completely take that down yet because I do have that wave pushing up, but it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a pickoff game here. And speaking of pickoffs, I think they're actually going to disengage to see what they can do with that. That Atlas is definitely just going to sit there and give vision. They don't have enough damage dealers yet there to pick off all those 3 for sure. I do see that Faramis rotating up. I don't know if they're gonna do a pick off there.
Are seeing the Shadow Stampede from Peter, who might have got caught out by the Flame Torrents, is going to be forced to pop out. That Cult Altar is already going to get popped. Lethal counter, though, going to miss from Bombness. Peter is able to stampede his way out of this. Speaking, though, Jolie barely, with a fraction of health, able to escape death. Many members low right now. Peter getting caught by the spin to win, as Bomb is going to secure a kill on Peter there. But the members of Nova Corps now going to be forced on the retreat as the turtle is spawning in favor for Immortals.
Absolutely. I mean, do you see this Alice? I mean, this Alice just sitting there, pressuring up all those lanes. I mean, that's a Uranus, and I do see that turtle picked up by that bomb and the side of Immortals. I do not know what they're going to do here, though, because there's no lanes. There's no minions for them to push up. Very interesting play by that Alice, and I do think they're going to try something up here for sure. Let that tank just sit right in their place, and honestly, that Valier is doing some work. I mean, that Valier is forcing that Famous to pop ult as soon as he can. And with that being said, that top turret is definitely down by the Immortals. Top first turret is down, which is not too good yet for the side of Immortals. Their marksman lane is down, so I'm pretty sure they can start now to prioritize that mid lane. And speaking of pickoffs, though,
we are seeing Peter with the Stampede that is right. Can still now being popped over. Ash, the Cult Altar, gonna find two members down there. Ash, though, not with any follow-up, but Blood Ode in from JW is gonna find the Valier in the back line now in the mid tower. Joey's gonna go ahead and take that down. Joey don't care, is gonna take it down low, though. Ezekiel, PJ gonna put him to sleep with his PJ. Ballman, though, spinning the wind, gonna find Nova Sin. The members of Immortal still pushing on, looking for Peter there, but Peter, the last member to defend in the mid lane, is gonna find a little safety net now, as the members have decided to go ahead and back off just a little bit, give them a little bit of a breathing room, but that tower might get taken out. His Shock is still there. They're looking like they might go for the play. Shock is going to go ahead and dive in. Concussive Blast, killing spree falls into the hands of Ballman, who comes into the backside to secure that kill as the mid lane tower does fall down in the favor of Immortals.
beautiful play by Immortals, actually. It was a good tower trade. Looking at these items, though, if you look focus down here, that Bruno did pick up good damage on that Windtalker. Oh, we just saw that Beatrix and Bruno getting picked off. But so far, I don't know. What do you say, Deku?
I'm saying right now that Jolie's just picked up a triple kill, now zipped up Ezekiel's PJs and put him to sleep. Mama says lay down and stay down, as Nova Corps is now on the return, looking to push back on against Immortals, who had just recently took down their mid lane turret.
I mean, because of that pickoff, I mean, you could. I just want you guys to all take a look at that gold lane. Even though that Bruno and Beatrix had a little bit of a fight off, I mean, that Bruno did end up pick up that Windtalker for a little bit of a faster clear. Unfortunately, that Valier is a little bit behind gold from that Faramis. Not as much. I do see the ice wand being picked up. Benedetta has no core items yet, but defense. But speaking of pickoffs,
they're going to pick off some major fight. Cult Altars and Fatal Links have been thrown. A lot of utility double kill falling into the hands of Jolie. Ezekiel trying to find something. Now, Ballman caught in between a bad position. Does get taken out by the members of Nova Corps. Ezekiel, BJ gonna get caught out again. A 3-for-1 fight there, as Beatrix is gonna go ahead and secure another kill. Four members down to the side of a more picking up
a little bit of
Immortal next me with all of them falling down with those death timers, as Nova Corps does pick up that neutral objective. Trying to find the way back in as Immortals recently was holding the lead on Nova Corps, but now falling on their back. And like we said, Nova Corps, not the team, right, to kind of fall behind in this draft, even with the early composition that Immortals came out not able to find the win conditions, the execution, and now having to deal with the team fight potential from Nova Corps, the layering with the blood, the Cult Altar, the Fatal Links, and even the heavy spin, and all the utility coming out from Beatrix, not able to find a way to contest against his, as Nova Corps is now taking down another turret, choking out the map for the
All right, perfect. I'm sorry about that. All right,
Was
so-
that before our little brief intermission? Was this Mike lagging, or was that just me?
That was Deku lagging.
Oh,
I just wanted to.
I thought we hopped to that. Okay, guys, so huge clash going on. I'm gonna go ahead and take over for Deku for a little bit. Deku, if you can hear the mic was going a little crazy, but a maniac secured over there for the side of Novacore, and they are trying to close this game out, but can they get the kill? Can they get the finish? We do see Novasin with the heavy spin. Alter activated for sustainability. They are trying to push for this 10-minute finish, but it looks like the side of Immortals has other plans. But oh my goodness, the Raiders to Empathy able to connect onto 1911 to do some serious damage. Jolie the sniper looking like target practice out there right now. You do see the winter truncheon being picked up by Alice, kind of sitting in place, just waiting for a possible play on these minions, but look at the mid inhibitor turret quickly being bursted down with Raynor over there in the hands of Jolie, able to get that damage done. And you do have the pill by who is Peter pulling shock in, but can Jolie secure that kill? Oh my goodness! What a snipe! Is down. He goes with the Rainer's empathy. Jolie don't care. No, Jolie don't miss. This is another kill landing into the hands of the side of Novacore. A little bit of a flicker. You do see them trying to go for this finish. Nova Ash with a possible fatal links, unable to connect. A complete miss. Strike. You're out. Novasin not able to connect, and they are going to give a little bit more advantage to the side of Immortals as the utility is not in their hands. You do see the fight going on though, the searing turret over there by Filaire trying to push them off, and now not really sure if they can kind of close out this game. They're holding on to one inhibitor turret. For the grace of God, they need everything in their favor to turn this around for the side of Immortals. Can they do it? We see a lot of teams in this situation not being able to hold off the offensive dagger that the aggressive team puts on. Speaking of inhibitors, the top side being pushed in by Jolie. Jolie just taking out all of these objectives one by one. When that sniper is into the hands of Jolie, you definitely have to watch out. You do see a kill by JW, taking out 1911. Down goes Bomb and Fatal Links connecting. Novasin getting a kill onto Bruno. Fight out over. Electro Prop. Double kill over there by Novasin, leaving only Ezekiel to defend. A triple kill by Novasin. And to finish it off, Jolie don't care. Jolie cares for the wipeout. And they care for the Nexus. And ladies and gentlemen, Novacore is going to seal the deal and take the game. They remain the kings of the hill, taking down Immortals.
All right, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful play by that Novacore for sure. All right, they did secure that base for sure. They did not need Lord necessary at all. All right, looking at these team stats right here, we do see that there is a lot of prioritization between that goal laner. I mean, they did keep the goal laner pretty fed. We see that goal laner 14-1-8 KDA, beautiful play. That Alice though, a lot of pressuring going on by that Alice early game to mid game. I mean, she was just sitting in that base, making sure no waves were getting pushed up. That forced all necessary team fights for Novacore, but unfortunately fell off in the late game by the Immortals team. If we look at those stats in a couple seconds, we're gonna see definitely a lot of mage push up, a lot of push up by that Beatrix and that Bruno. I do see that Benedetta did have to push up as well. Lots of team fights going on. I mean, look at that Alice. Even though it's low for team fight participation, she was able to hold off those lanes, make sure that the mid lane and the bot lane were not to get pushed up no matter what. So that Alice can definitely help contribute to the team fight as they needed sustain for that Fredrin. And it was a beautiful, beautiful play by the team Novacore. I mean, Alice, Kai was very well at getting all the objectives possible, there for every single team fight, and that Alice always being there for every single team fight set, anything he can possibly look for. Beautiful play by Novacore. Congrats.
An excellent breakdown by Eunice herself. Definitely handling business over there on the analyst side of things. Speaking about handling business, Novacore playing no games, taking the early finish over Immortals. Impressive indeed, and they remain the kings of the hill. 2 wins under their belt, taking out the demigods, the team from the Wild West, showing up out of nowhere, just knocking out the vets inside of the MLSA. But Novacore having other plans, have a little bit more seniority, and it's definitely showing today with 2 wins. But that is not it, ladies and gentlemen. We have another game on the way with one of the possible highest vets in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, the Survey Corps. The question is, does Novacore have what it takes to take them down? Can they get win 3, or will the Survey Corps kind of snatch that title away from them? Don't go anywhere, as we are inside of King of the Hill, and we will be coming back momentarily.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say like probably a sentence or two, and then I'll pass it on to you to say something. And then while you're talking, I'm just gonna transition it into the draft.
You should talk about the junglers and the whatever not.
You can talk anything you want to talk about. You didn't even talk about last game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are embarking back inside of the land of Dawn, and we've seen an insane turnout as Nova Corps able to maintain that title against Immortals. That is 2 wins under their belt, and now they are working toward their third as they're going to be going up against the Survey Corps, one of the best teams in the MLSA. That ladder gets higher and higher, and these teams get harder and harder. But the question is, does Nova Corps have what it takes to remain holding on to that crown, or will we see the Survey Corps kind of sneak it off of their head? As we know, both of these teams have kind of competed before, and they definitely have the capability, the drive to take this game to the next level and take the win.
All right. I mean, looking at these little few pictures that are coming up here, they both have very strong lineups with their very strong core coming in here. As we saw last game, Nova Corps does not back off no matter who they're going up against. They do put up a really good fight. I mean, looking at all these team fights they've just had, Nova Corps shows up and they do fight, so they do wish to win. All right, looking at these draft picks right now, we do see that Claude actually being picked up, and that Carmilla, as well as that Valentina Joy getting very banned out of here very, very quick. We still see that Leomord and Mars is still very wide open. I do not know if team's gonna pick it up, but they do leave a flexible side open. And with that being said, since no one knows that the Survey Corps, their core main is their Claude, definitely pretty sure that they banned that for that reason. I do see a Kaja ban, so I do see them hoping that they're either going to ban that Martis or that Leomord, but one of them is going to be open. Which one do you think is going to get banned?
There's definitely a lot of good options on the board. Martis, one of the best junglers, also can do really well in the XP lane. We are seeing the Leomord available as well. Kaji being banned out, so now you got to make that choice. Do we want the Leomord or do we want the Martis? Now, both teams are possibly going to get one. So if I was the side of the Survey Corps, I wouldn't ban either. I would let both of them walk. That way we can win something off of that trade and then pick an additional, spot. Things I haven't really seen today slotted in. Well, we've seen Gushin a couple of times. Definitely still a viable option. And it looks like the Survey Corps trying to put them in an awkward position by banning out that Diggy nice and early. And I love that move because it makes Nova Corps think, well, if we wait too long and they, Face Ripper has the last section of the first phase of the draft, I can take up that Atlas. Diggy's banned, and that opens up the door for the Fatal Links. But if Nova Corps decides to pick up that Atlas first, it's going to put them in an awkward situation as the Survey Corps can kind of draft against it. And a wise decision by Nova Sin to kind of lock in that Leomord, which means we are going to be possibly seeing this Atlas inside of the hands of the Survey Corps. A strong draft IQ indeed. And Mar locking in that Beatrix, one of the best marksmen in the MLSA. We are going to see another American sniper, but this time in the hands of Mar, not Jolie Don't Care, but Mar able to get the job done just as well. We've seen both of these marksmen kind of shine in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and I really want to see how this battle goes in the gold lane. But Yupo, wasting no time, is going to go ahead and lock in that Fredrin, that Appraiser's Wrath, that Energy Eruption to kind of taunt that skills from the opposing team. Definitely a strong draft indeed for both sides, but like we said, will the Survey Corps lock in that Atlas, or will Nova Corps kind of take it against them? If they do, that'll open up that Akai pick for the Survey Corps to kind of slot against it.
I mean, honestly, I thought that the Survey Corps might have actually just picked up that Mars and that Atlas. I mean, that Dickie's banned. Mars is actually pretty OP right now, no matter if he's building full damage or a full tank. I mean, Mars is, as soon as you get caught in his ult, I mean, all of them are dead. I mean, he runs around like a little rat, just chasing down everybody that's in his way. I mean, it looks like that Atlas, though, is definitely get picked up by Nova Corps. But I don't know. I am actually pretty surprised by that draft pick because, they both had a chance to pick up that Mars and that Atlas, but no sides is picking up that Martis. I mean, Martis is pretty OP. I don't know why they're picking it up. But for now, that draft is pretty interesting. They did pick up that Bruno, though. Bruno's a pretty strong marksman now. He's definitely been using in ranked a lot of times. But with that Fredrin, obviously a walk-in Petri. So Atlas might have a hard time in certain situations to ult when that Fredrin's up in his face. I mean, obviously with that CC chain being there, and obviously that Atlas can't do too much. But I don't know if they're going to pick up Martis. But if they do pick up Martis, might be interesting. But instead, they pick up that Karina. Very interesting pick by Survey Corps.
I'm kind of scratching my head right now. Karina, yeah, you got the Shadow Assault. You can kind of burst in with that assassin kind of gameplay style and take out those low HP enemies and also those squishies. But like you said, Martis was on the board, and he could kind of get the job done a little bit better, having the mortal coils for the anti-CC, especially against an Atlas. When you look at Naaman, you look at that Karina. Karina definitely has a problem against CC. That's her weakness. And Nova Ash, that is one of the best tanks in the server. That's one of the best tanks in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Taking that Atlas is definitely scary, and we've seen it time and time again. Nova Ash kind of perform on it really well, and then topping it off, they usually try and slot in that Eve over there on Who is Peter for some additional CC. So looking at the side of TSC with that Karina, it is going to be a little bit of an upscale battle as you are going against that Leomord in the jungle, who can get the job done a little bit better. And then also that CC provided by Nova Ash is going to be a little bit of a problem going into, so maybe a little bit of a game plan going forward for Nate-Man inside of the jungle. Still some options on the table. You do need a roam for the side of the Survey Corps, and they are going to kind of finalize their ban for today's match, and they're deciding what do they need. They need a mage. They already have late game for Bruno, so possibly an early game mage might be the answer. Maybe even a Lilia in effect, or maybe somebody who can give the Eve a hard time in the back line may be an option. But they are going to go ahead and take out that Eve. Like we said, Nova Ash, and maybe listening to the casters, because like Atlas and that Eve, we've seen time and time again that is kind of a strategy Nova Corps is known for, and it looks like it's not going to work in their favor today.
Absolutely. I mean, look, honestly, I'm kind of confused and low-key kind of surprised by that Survey Corps draft. I mean, that Mars and Alice was open in the very beginning, and I honestly expected for them to pick up either one, but instead they prioritized that Beatrix and that Fredrin. I mean, what do you think? After they picked up those two instead of that Atlas and that Martyrs, what was your first initial thought, Weezy?
I mean, I thought that the side of the Survey Corps would have took Atlas, and to kind of allow Atlas to walk on the side of Nova Corps, and your answer back is taking the Karina as your final pick. I don't really think that was the right answer, you know? Maybe even taking the mage that you already know you have your guaranteed scaling marksman, that Beatrix, that kind of paved the way from the early all the way to the late. So maybe even focusing on somebody that can give Atlas an even harder time, such as the Kagura to be able to rush out with that Yin Yang overturn. Maybe even a Lunox to use that brilliance in her favor to kind of escape these fatal links. But no, instead they decide to go for that Karina jungle. I think that they were still going to be able to pick that up regardless. You see Nova Sin over there on the Leomord anyway, typically used in the jungle, so definitely not something I would have prioritized in the early draft. But speaking of early, you are going to see Face Ripper locking that Gushin. Face Ripper, who was MVP or up for MVP for the second week of the MLSA, definitely going to be a menace to deal with. We know how well he operates in the mid lane, and then on top of that with Gushin in his hands. So definitely going to have to watch out for him in the early game, as he's probably going to be focusing on Jolie Don't Care, trying to burst down that marksman and pave that early game for the side of the Survey Corps.
I absolutely 100% agree with you. I mean, with that Atlas letting them walk up very easily on the Nova Corps side, and we already know that Ash is one of the best NA tankers so far, and including in the server, pretty well-known tanker. And with that response with that Karina, I'm very, I don't know, I'm honestly kind of confused. With that Gushin being put in, very easy pickoffs against that marksman, but I'm pretty sure in that late game though, with that Alice and the Xavier, we already know that Xavier is one of the most broken mages. As soon as he gets that mono book and that clock and that that lightning, I mean, he could pretty much one-shot anybody. And knowing that Xavier's mobility from his first skill to second skill, and with this passive going through any sort of minion or hero, is going to make his first skill go further down. And with that snipe of his ult, I mean, we already know that, you know, that Xavier is definitely definitely going to start to be a little bit of a trouble late game because, I mean, we have that Gujin, but we don't have that backline harassment going on at the side of Survey Corps. They do have a very strong early, though, with that Beatrix, that Fredrin CC, that Gujin, as we already know that Gujin has been scaling pretty well in this ML community so far. That Karina will definitely scale. Don't know if that Karina is thinking of building damage or tank, but with that comp on the enemy side, I'm pretty sure that Karina is going to either have to build hybrid or tank for sure to be able to sustain that Leomord and that Alice definitely for sure. But I mean, Survey Corps is lacking a bit of CC. I mean, besides that Fredrin, they have no CC besides that that Lolita, and that Lolita can definitely get stunned pretty easily. I mean, one dash by Leomord, she's out. That ult from Atlas, she's out. That stun from Bruno, she's out. I mean, what do you think? Lack of CC? What do you think?
It definitely may be a lack of CC, but it is also going to be a battle of placement, and we are going to have to see that from Lolita today over there in the hands of Norris. Having a little bit of that animation to deal with before it actually procs may be a problem for the side of the Survey Corps. Also going against Nova Ash. That Fatal Links may be a problem as well, but supposedly with the shield of Lolita, you can kind of cancel out that Fatal Link, so I'm interested to see if that's going to be the plan today. But we do know, Lolita was also picked for the Xavier to kind of block that dawning light when it does rain in, and also to block some of those flaming soccer balls from Jolie Don't Care. We already know how well he performs in the gold lane, and he also picked that Bruno to kind of be a direct counter for Mar on that Beatrix. So these two, if I have to say, the best gold laners for the MLSA right now, they're definitely in that category, and to see them kind of fight it out is going to be a very fun fight to see. But speaking of fights to see, Nova Ash a little out of place, and Nateman wasted no time on that Karina, already locking in 1 kill.
All right, perfect. And I'm going to put you on the spot, Weezy. Do the same treatment as Deku. Before anything too crazy happens, it's just by drafts here. Which side do you think is going to take that win for tonight?
Ooh, looking at the draft, which side do I think is going to take the win tonight? Now, I like the Gushin over there on Face Ripper. The Nateman on that Karina was a little bit shaky for me just because of the CC that he is jumping into. The Fredrin's a solid front line to be able to get the job done. And the way this match is looking, 2-0, I'm going to have to go with the numbers. And the Survey Corps definitely paving the way in the early game. But if we know anything, Nova Corps, even when things don't look like they're leaning in their favor, they are quickly able to turn a game around. So honestly, between these two teams, I kind of can't decide. I feel like they both know what it takes to win, but speaking about knowing what it takes, Nateman able to secure another kill. That's 3 kills into the hands of Karina, only 2 minutes in, and now gonna make his way toward this turtle. But Nova Ash, a little bit of vision, possibly waiting to get a set, not knowing Nateman's in that bush. Neither does Nova Sin, kind of whispering in his ear from that bush right now. I wonder if he hears him. You think he hears him, Eunice? Maybe, I'm not sure, but you do see Nova Ash quickly spotted in that jungle. Shadow Stampede going down. You were able to get the kill onto Atlas. A little bit of the top with the energy eruption, donning light to make some damage out of it. You do see Newman on blast, unable to hit the mark. A little bit of waste of utility, but this will be the neutral objective turtle inside of the hands of the Survey Corps with no contest.
All right, we do see that Turtle's going to be easily picked up by the Survey Corps, and we do see that Atlas did get picked up, unfortunately, at that mid lane. Looking at these items, though, we do not see any major core items yet, but I do see that Xavier actually rushing for that clock very easily without the shoes. That Xavier does need that damage sustained very early game. Xavier is good, but he kind of weak early game as he doesn't have any damaged core items yet. Atlas everyone's pretty much finished with their shoes except for the Xavier. I don't see any core items, like I said. The Kryn does have that Molten Essence along with that Fredrin. Very easy to clear lanes now and easy to pick up any jungles that we'll encounter. Bruno does have that breastplate up, so might be an easy pick off well, when they do fight that 1v1. And speaking of pickoffs,
Do you see a kill into the hands of the Survey Corps now? 5-0. No answers right now for Nova, the Kings of the Hill. Do we see them snatching off the crown? Namir's Passion trying to do some damage into the bush. Fatal Links over there by Nova Ash, unable to connect and do some CC. And Incandescent's rushing in. Jolie Don't Care. It's been taken down over there by Gushin. We know how well Face Ripper can operate with that in his hands. And right now, a show is being put on. Who is Peter in the mid lane? Quickly burst it down. A mega kill into the hands of Nateman. Now 7-0, and they are on a bloodbath. They are looking for the kills. They are hunting down Nova Corps 1 by 1. 7-0, only 3 minutes in, hitting that 4-minute mark. And right now, everything working in their favor.
I mean, looking at that goal gap now, we're starting to slowly see the Survey Corps snowball down. And that said, Jolie definitely gets caught in that by that Lolita. And I don't think Alice is just going to disengage. He can't really do much without no damage dealer right behind him. And speaking of that Gushin, like you said, Weezy, earlier, that Gushin's there just to easily pick off that marksman. I mean, look at that. That Beatrix just pushing up that turret very, very easily. I mean, he just kept getting picked off. And without a really good CC'd mage in that backline, I mean, that Bruno is just going to continuously get picked off and probably might be able to scale during that late game for sure as Bruno starts to just get his items. But so far, that Gushin is just bursting down everybody. And speaking of burst...
Oh my goodness! Nori's able to get a kill onto Nova Ash as he tries to escape, but in the mid lane, you do see a possible clash on the way as the Survey Corps are trying to claim some real estate. They already took the top tower in the gold lane, and also 9 kills ahead. Not even a single kill in the hands of Novacorn. This is unseen. A little bit of a Numenon blast to stop Leomord, but it looks like the Shadow Stampede has other plans, is able to pick him up out of that stun. On the bottom side, though, you do see Noise taking advantage of the separation. Gonna go ahead and clear this lane, possibly with no contest. Look at the back door. Watch Mar, but Mar deciding to disengage, having a feeling that a gank is on the way. But in terms of the map, definitely in the advantage for TSC. If you are the side of Novacore right now, you need to have a little bit better placement. These 5v5 or even these 1v1 clashes are not working for you, so make TSC uncomfortable. Go for some ganks. Go for some, team synergy plays to turn this tide around, because this 1v1 right now is not working. But speaking of 1v1, now a 3v1, a stun Numenon Blast going in, Face Ripper rushing in with Incandescence, the Numerous Passion, the 3v1 combo, 3 utilities used to secure that kill, and now 10-0 in favor of the Survey Corps. But you see the contest over the red buff, you see Nateman actually able to steal it as well. They're not giving them any space to breathe, as Mars gonna take the top or the bottom tower in that process.
I mean, absolutely. I don't know. I mean, like you said earlier, I do agree that pickoffs are not going to be easy in the hands of Novacore. I mean, looking at these items, you already see that Beatrix already has that first core item 5 minutes in, almost 6 minutes in, and that Bruno still has yet to find a very strong core item. That Alice has now built clock, as long as I say with that Xavier. And speaking of pick-offs,
you do see the Fatal Links connected, but at what cost? Yubo able to get a kill. Face Ripper getting a kill. 4 members down. A double kill over there by Nateman, leaving only Jolie Don't Care alive. And Jolie definitely does care, as he decides not to overextend and protect that first tower in the mid lane. But the question is, will they be able to take another one? Forcing Jolie back again. Another turret down to the inhibitor. And they are going to go for this inner turret. And we are only 6 minutes in. And the mid lane has completely been violated from the side of the Survey Corps, as they are claiming all the real estate they want right now, and you are seeing a harder time for the side of Novacore.
All right, but now let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We already know that Nova can definitely pick things up if things just start to fall right into their favor. But in my opinion, like you said earlier, no team fight or no pickoff's going to happen very easily on their side. But if they just synergize just their team fights and their team plays, they might be able to pick off some people. And speaking of pickoffs, I do see that Alice trying to go in, but I don't think that's going to engage. What do you think?
Ooh, a triple Fatal Links, but Nateman quickly kind of taking him down. A little bit of an assassination in the air with some hang time. But down goes Nova Ash, the roamer for the side of Novacore. So they are down a member, and right now TSC is applying that pressure. They are down to their inner turrets on the bottom and top side, and they are going for a proxy of minions to take the bottom inner turret. The question is, how will Novacore respond, as they are prepping for a possible clash? But the question is, can they do it? No, they can't. Realizing the advantage the Survey Corps has, they do not want to engage, and they're going to allow that bottom tower to fall into the hands of Mar.
I do see that, and looking at that gold, unfortunately, there is more than a 10k gold lead by the side of Survey Corps, so gold is definitely in their favor. All turtles have been contested by the side of Survey Corps, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do see all turrets are now getting synced up just to push up all the second tier turrets down. They did push up that first turret pretty easily though, so as soon as that first turret did get pushed up, everything just started to just snowball, which is kind of unfortunate for the side of Novacore. It's all up to Novacore for now. as we just talked about, they can't do pickoffs. The side of Cerbercorps is way too fed. The side of Nova Corps, though, the thing is, if they just had a little bit more of core items, I mean, things could have been on their side, but I mean, the Xavier could definitely pull through late game, as we know that Xavier is pretty deadly late game. As soon as he gets that book and then that lightning just starts to get built in, it should be okay, but unfortunately, like, Lucian does pick up that genius one and that glowing one just recently. That Karina is almost at full build, just 2 items away for now. That Beatrix already has the Malefic Roar for that pen and that BOD. They just took Lord, so Nova Corps is definitely going to have to back off to defend all those 3 lanes for sure. They cannot do team fights right now if they want to defend any of their Herbert turrets at this point. Looks like the Cerberus Corps is definitely going to set up for something here, but I don't think they're going to do anything. Like, Xavier's putting a lot of pressure on that bush, using his ult to clear all minions. I mean, what do you think? Do you think they're going to end up taking down those inhibitor turrets, or do you think they're just going to try to defend as well as they can?
Well, I definitely think they need to wait for this Lord to go into their hands, but a lot of teams kind of have this issue when they don't take advantage of the neutral objective and they kind of push too early, and when you do, you don't have that Lord in your favor, the Lord that you worked so hard to get, and that is the mistake that Nova Corps kind of wants them to do. But a wise decision by TSC, kind of waiting, keeping these lanes at bay, waiting for Lord to kind of make his way downtown, and then they are going to go ahead and sync the lanes up with him to kind of bring in the whole party. So the question is, does Nova Corps want to stay in this game? If they do, they have to play very safe. They have to wait for a mistake to be made. They need to quickly burst down this Lord. They are going to lose an inhibitor in the process, though, as there's no way for them to kind of hold off all of these towers right now, as Lord is making his way, crashing into the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. You do see Dawn and Light going down by who is Peter, trying to make the most of his ultimate to burst down that Lord, but looks like the mid inhibitor is going to fall in the process, but down goes Lord. A little bit of a trade-off, but definitely not working into the favor of Nova Corps. And now the question is, TSC, what do you do? Do you fall back? A little bit of a double stun by Xavier, and then combo by the Fatal Links on Atlas. Dawning Light raining down with the bullseye. What a beautiful synchronization of ultimates. Naaman gonna kill onto Nova Ash. Mar gonna kill onto JW. Naaman in a bad situation, stunned by Xavier. Can he get out? No, he can't. Jolie don't care. Showing the world how well he can, you know, kind of provide that role for a marksman, and quickly bursting down Naaman. And now this is a slight advantage inside of the Nova Corps right now, able to fend them off, but they did lose that mid inhibitor turret. They have to push up these lanes. They have to even up the map. They cannot solo push right now, as any mistake right now can end this game. This is King of the Hill. We know it is a best of 1, and the Cerberus Corps currently the current Kings of the Hill with 2 wins under their belt. Nova Corps definitely, or actually no, Nova Corps with 2 wins under their belt. The Cerberus Corps trying to snatch that title, and looks like that crown's about to be snatched today if you're not careful. So a little bit of battle of placement, a battle of macro and micro is on the way, and Nova Corps needing to kind of perform very safely and wait for these opportunities.
Absolutely, and if you just, I don't know if you caught that, but if you looked at the shutdown gold, that Leomord and Bruno actually picked up 2 core items. That I'm pretty sure that Leomord picked up the Blowless, yep, and that Endless Battle coming in by Bruno. So they should be able to decently be able to somewhat defend if anything happens. That Bruno and Leomord does have a little bit more damage now, so there should be no way that they should be lacking too much. I mean, they still as nothing compared to the gold of Cerberus Corps, but they should be able to put in a little bit of damage as long as the team fights just click into place. But like we said, that gold gap, I mean, it's almost more than a 10k gold cap at this point now. So they have another Lord pushing. Like we said, that Nova Corps is all about those mistakes, those pickoffs, those small tiny mistakes that the Cerberus Corps will make that Nova Corps will definitely take into advantage at any point in time. Nova Corps will definitely have to try to push up the length as much as they can before that Lord starts to stomp down that mid lane. But I don't know if they can defend that though, because the minions are definitely pushing up. Skills are being wasted right now on those minions, but I know their cooldowns are probably going to be back up by then. But do you think they can pull that team fight off?
Oh, it's kind of hard because Nova Ash not really being able to get online today is 062 KDA, not being able to get those Fatal Links in time for your team, and quickly bursted down when he does go in. But speaking of going in, Lord making his way to that tower, only 1 inhibitor to defend, and minions are pushing it in. You do see the fight though, Mar taking out Nova Ash, down goes the Roam already inside of this fight. Lord bursted down with the swiftness. You do see Appraiser's Wrath over there by Yupo trying to secure a kill, but Naaman a little bit faster, takes out Jolie, don't care. You do see Alice inside of the mix with a little bit of that damage, so quickly nearly bursted down by Raider's Empathy. Nova Sin getting a kill onto Norzi. Now 2 members in for the side of Nova Core. A double kill over there on Nova Sin that takes out Nateman, but the situation's not over as both teams still trying to fight it out, trying to save the Nexus. Can they do it? Nova Core, no, they can't. Game goes to the Server Core to snatch the crown off of their heads for King of the Hill.
All right, well played by both teams, but unfortunately, Nova Core, you have to give your crown up to the Server Corps. All right, let's look at these stats real quick. All right, beautiful on the screen right here. All right, we see that side laner being able to beautifully hold up his lane with the 2011 KDA, and that KDA just speaks volumes with that number of assists. Beautiful, beautiful by that. I mean, almost 100% team fight with that Lolita and that Frederman coming in there with that same amount of double assist. We do see that Gushin, very much all those pickoffs were definitely for Bruno, and unfortunately that Bruno did get picked off way too much and just let that Beatrix definitely get fed. That Lolita was good at zoning. I don't know, something about Ashe about this lane, about this game, a little bit of a pilot mode this game. Looking at these stats, we do see that Beatrix definitely did prioritize objectives. 78% tower push, and unfortunately no tower push on the side of Nova Core. If you look at those damage stats though, that Gushin, 25% damage. I think that's honestly pretty insane for those heroes. I mean, I'm not saying that Gushin's a strong hero, but with that Alice and that Leomore, it's very hard to burst down those heroes unless you have a really good strong marksman. But as that snowballed, I think they did a very, very good job with that snowballing. So good job, Server Corps. Very well deserved crown for sure.
Very well-deserved crown for sure as the Server Core makes their way to the King of the Hill, knocking out Nova Core. What an interesting turn of events. And now the question is, who will challenge them? We have another team on the way whose name is known across the land of the Dawn, a top 32 team in North America, competing in the North American Challenger Tournament for the fall season, losing only to the Valley. A little bit of a unfortunate event for going up against the Valley in top 32. See, my team, we went up against Ackerman, which was kind of hard too. That is rigged, man. What is this? Should be illegal. But speaking of illegal, the question is, who will take that crown? Is it going to be Huevo, or will the Survey Corps be able to hold on to it as it's been freshly snatched off of Nova Corps' heads? Find out here shortly as we get back to you guys momentarily in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Love you from the first time you called me lame. Love Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn as we have another banger on the way for King of the Hill. Currently, we are seeing the Survey Corps holding on to that crown, taking out Noble Corps and snatching it off of their heads. Definitely interested to see if they are able to hold on to it, as Huevo is going to go ahead and challenge them, a top team for North America, top 32 team for the fall season in the North American Challenger Tournament. The question is, does Huevo have what it takes? We've seen them perform. We've seen them operate. We know they're able to play at the higher level of ELO. But against the Survey Corps, a team fresh off of momentum, fresh off of snatching that crown, may have a little bit more fire underneath them.
All right, we both know that both teams do have a very strong core. We have that Claude coming in by the Huevo side, and we do have the 1-1 and good sides. I'm very interested. Huevo's been actually keeping up pretty well. What do you think, Wheezy?
Definitely keeping up pretty well. And Huevo's kind of been that team. Sometimes they do really well, and then sometimes they do really bad. So I'm kind of interested to see how today's going to show out. I know they have the capability to be one of the best teams on the MLSA, but the question is, do they know? Sometimes a little bit of synergy issues do arise, but when they do have a game plan, that is definitely when they shine. So the question is, are we going to see that today? We are seeing the Survey Corps fresh off of a win, and then also looking at the draft. Nate Man's going to lock in that show, which is not a hero we have seen recently, not at least today, but has been slotted throughout the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and has definitely been a threat to deal with. But speaking of threats, looking at the draft, Face Ripper was able to lock in that Valentina for first pick. Using that IMU at his disposal is going to be very hard to deal with, and you have to draft a little smarter to make sure that he doesn't make the most out of your ultimates. Yupo over there on that Benedetta, having some mobility on her side, some sustainability, able to split push and create that opportunity for these neutral objectives. I'm liking the draft so far for the Survey Corps.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna hope that the good play today falls in the hands of Huevo, and they should have a really good match if that happens to be so. And like we said, it's going back on what Weezy said. Drafts look pretty good right now. Drafts have been very equalized right now. We have that Leomord, Mars, and Fanny, and so far Yves band, and on the side of Huevo, we do have that 1-1 Carmela Kaja and that Joy band. Very common ban so far. I do wonder what they're gonna pick though. They already have a mage on the side of Survey Corps, so yep, like I expected, they're gonna end up banning NACC mages, and they did go into that ban, into that fair miss. I do see that Leslie picked up though by that side of Huevo. No marksman yet on the left side, which is by the Survey Corps. I do still see Beatrix open, I do see Claude open, I do see Bruno open still, so there's a lot of good flexible marksmans that the Survey Corps could choose. So far, we do have Rome. I'm guessing Roman's side picked right now. We do have that Kagura getting picked up for that backline. But like we already mentioned a few games ago, that Valentina puts a lot of pressure for the side of Huevo, because like we already know, Valentina with that ults can copy any CC, any skill, any ultimate with any other hero that is getting put up with them. And with that being said, that Valentina can very easily copy that Glock ult, that Fredit ult, I mean, that Leslie just for vision, not pretty sure about the CAG grab. I mean, they could be given a very quick CC with that CAG, but I do see that Kadita and that Beatrix getting picked up. And like we all know, Kadita has been a very, very annoying mage. Same with the room with that Petri coming in. We do see that healer, that Rafaela, getting picked up for sure. What do you think of this draft so far? I mean, with that Kadita, that Chow, what do you think?
Oh, this is interesting. I like to see the Chow in play, but looking at Mar on that Beatrix has kind of got me a little scared, right? Mar is one of the American snipers for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Man, literally built the sniper rifle himself, I'm pretty sure. And letting him slot that in for the last pick may be very hard to deal with. Even on a Leslie, yeah, you can play a little bit far with Leslie. You have a sniper of your own to kind of do some damage, but Beatrix has a lot more versatility, has a lot of weapons in her kit to do AoE damage, to do that long range damage, to do that close range damage. So you are going to have to play a little bit safer in that gold lane. But looking at both sides, you do have Yupo over there on this Benedetta, and he is kind of stacked up against that Grok. Now, I am expecting Yupo to have an easier time in terms of cutting this lane, just due to the fact that he can dash out of these Guardian barriers that Grok will, throw down. But Grok a little bit more prepared, and even Computer Layla is kind of expecting Yupo to cut and do that backdoor proxy of minions, and a very good defense already from the side of Huevo.
Absolutely. And again, you guys, I'm going to put Weezy on the spot again. If you had to pick a team just by looking at these drafts before things get too chaotic, which side would you prefer just by looking at the drafts?
Just by looking at the drafts, I mean, if you have Valentina on Face Ripper and you can take Grok's Wild Charge, you can take Appraiser's Wrath, you have a lot more at your disposal. Speaking of Face Ripper, getting a kill on to Rafaela already. First blood for the side of the Survey Corps. Personal E-Girl, a little bit of a retreat on that Grok, making the most of hugging to those walls for the anti-CC. But we can't knock out Huevo, right? They have CC out there in their hands, and they have a good frontline composition and sustainability. But if they keep falling into these clashes, we will see a little bit of an early snowball and an early advantage going into the hands of the Survey Corps.
Absolutely. And I mean, looking at these drafts, we do have that, who is that, Kadita on that room. We do see these two roamers, that Rafael and Kadita, they're not too heavy to be face fronting any bush. I mean, they can get easily picked off as soon as they put their face into a bush. But we do know that with that Rafaela, high mobility, with that very good support, with that healing coming in, and with that Kadita, a lot of CC coming in, with that Petri and that second skill knock up, and that first skill being able to just do simple pickoffs. But look at this going. I think they're trying to pick off something, but they would very well disengage and set up for that turtle that's heading up top. We already said that Chow is already there. We did pick off that Grok. That Grok did have to push that flicker off very early because of that Benedetta, but looks like they get picked up, so the turtle should easily fall into the Survey Corps.
DC Electo going in, a little bit of a Petrify as well. They are going to go in for the clash, and not the turtle. A wise decision to shift focus. Yupo getting a kill onto Rafaela. Can they get another? Praises Wrath by Gap, connecting onto Benedetta with that aggressive play, able to get the kill, but Face Ripper taking the turtle in the process. 3-1 right now into the favor of the Survey Corps, and they are going to go ahead and disengage, but they took that turtle.
Absolutely. And who was it that got picked up? Benedetta, correct?
Yes, Benedetta got taken out with the swiftness.
Alright, I do see no core items coming in so far. It's only been too early, but we do see little items that would definitely help them stack and start scaling from now on. We do see that Valentina rushing that Enchanted Talisman. We do see the Molten Essence picked up by Fredrin, and we do see that Leslie still no shoes, but we do see those little small items coming in. We do see that Beatrix probably building first item straight into that BOD for the extra damage and to be able to sustain early game. We do see that Flicker just got burned, and speaking of pickoffs,
you do see the ultimate sniper over there by the marksman. I don't know what those names, what that means, so I'm just gonna use. I think that means I think that's how you say Leslie. So I'm just gonna assume that says Leslie above Leslie's head. But looking at the top side, we are looking at Personal E-Girl versus Yupo. A little bit of a stalemate right now. Some good defense from Personal E-Girl, but having to be careful on the overextension. But speaking of overextension, Nate Man going in, trying to use the G-Kundo to close the distance and use the Wave of the Dragon, able to connect! Can they get the kill though? In a bad situation for Leslie, the rough wild ways from Norzy, able to get that kill. A good combination of ultimates right there in the hands of the Survey Corps to lock in that kill. Now 4-1, leaning in their favor, but they are not done. Getting the stun and a knockup. Face Ripper getting the kill on to Layla. And man, oh man, are these kills piling up. Now a 5-1 lead.
Alright guys, even though that kill is being the favorite server cores, don't be too ahead of yourselves. The gold gap is not too bad yet. Looking at like a 2k gold lead so far, but that can be easily caught off with some simple pickoffs. Looks like that marksman is pretty well holding their lane. Not much going on that mid lane. That mid lane is pretty much there to just clear, pretty much to give enough vision. I do see that Kadita giving enough vision to see what's going on in the bot lane, but that turtle is being just started by that server corp. Don't see any roamer, no mid, so that should be an easy turtle pickup for that survey corp. Nothing really much too going on in the EXP lane. It's just a battle between a rock and a very very normal Benedetta. Speaking of the turtle did get picked up by the survey corpse. That Benedetta did burn ult though, which is very confusing. There's nobody there in the back line to kill. Looks like they're gonna actually hyper pressure that gold lane. I mean, they already know that objective's being taken. That gold lead is just starting to be up there. They gotta be careful because as soon as one mistake comes from Huevo, they can very easily snowball, and that Kadita knows that they're all just sitting in that bush. Almost 4 people down bot. And speaking of pickups,
You do see Grok being taken down, but it looks like Huevo having a plan of their own. Yupo able to take a tower on the top side. Leslie taking out Beatrix. Down goes Mar. The American Sniper 0-1-0 having a little bit of a harder time getting online right now. Rough always from Norsey trying to stop the proxy of minions. Able to actually stop them from that backdoor play, but is it enough to stop them from taking this tower? As you do see Gap, Personal E-Boy, Computer Layla, and Leslie working their way into this gold tower. They are going to be able to strip it down, but you are seeing a possible bush play over there by Benedetta and Nate Min. The Electo going in the way of the Dragon for the CC, but is it enough to secure a kill? Yes, it is. Nate Min is going to go ahead and do the G-Kundo, and he's going to take out that Leslie. Down goes the marksman for the side of Huevo, but they were able to win a tower in that process, but it looks like a mere effect as TSC is going to go ahead and take a tower of their own.
Beautiful play by the Benedetta, that triple Petri into that ult. That was beautiful play by the Benedetta. Alright, looking at these items though, no core items yet. I do see that, no big core items, my mistake. I do see that Wind Talker picked up by that Leslie for easy clear. All mages do have clock built in. That Valentina just got the genius one. It looks like that Benedetta just got picked up by that Kadita, so there's, or that Kagura. So there should be an easy tower push for that Huevo for the top lane to go down. Mid lane's still up. Beatrix just got BOD, and knowing with that scaling, there should be a very easy scaling for that Beatrix to go on from now. Gold gap is still 2k, not too much going on right now. The mid turret though did get picked off. That's actually pretty, I don't know. Because as soon as that mid lane does go down, a lot of vision gets lost, and that turtle just got stolen by the Huevo. So the gold gap is now being closed very fast, and looks like they're trying to do something mid lane. And speaking of pickoffs,
I gotta give it to Huevo, the Electo by Yupo. They are putting that offensive pressure in, but Face Ripper making the most of it, able to get one kill. Yupo getting a kill as well. Down goes Leslie. 3 members out for the side of Huevo. Gap getting a kill onto a double kill. Yupo being taken out as well as Face Ripper, and now that is gonna even up the board almost, but 2-3. 3 members on the board for the Survey Corps, still engaged in that fight. But look at Beatrix just pushing in the towers. Mar not wasting any time, not worried about the fights, but worried about the objectives. But now that overextension is going to be Kase. Sees caught between a rock and 3 hard places and quickly bursted down over there by the Grok. 10-6 right now, 7 minutes and 50 seconds in, and almost down to their inhibitors. They only have their mid and top inner turrets to kind of protect them right now, but not too bad of a game. I will say, even though they're behind in towers and real estate, they are not letting it be shown. They are showing their presence, and they are ready to take these fights, and they may be able to pull them off. But speaking of fights, top side, you do see a little bit of an engagement, a little bit of the rough wild waves. Grok with the wild charge escape with the triple knockup. That might be a highlight of the day over there on Personal E-Girl. But speaking of Personal, Clash going in the way of the Dragon for the stun. Can they get the kill on to Face Ripper? Yes, they do. Layla getting that kill on that Raphael. Gap getting a kill as well. A mega kill, taking down Nate Min in that process. Probably working their way up to the Benedetta. Can they kind of pick her off? While the rest of the team of Huevo is going to try and push in this mid lane with only Norsey to defend. Use the rough wild ways to go in, try and clear some minions, but it's not enough as minions are still there with 3 members of Huevo, and down goes the inner turret for the mid lane.
All right, beautiful play. I do see that gold gap just got closed. The Survey Corps and Huevo are actually neck to neck with that gold now. We were seeing a 2K gold lead, but now it's very, very caught up. But look at that Beatrix. That Beatrix has been a fucking tower pushing machine. I mean, took it down all the way to the inhibitor turret. All right, look at these items. All right, Kadita has now got 2 damage items. And that Beatrix has now picked up that Malefic for that pen. That Leslie just got Berserkers. She should be able to scale now, but we already see this Beatrix pushing and pushing. That prevents that wave from getting any objectives. And we already see that Benedetta. And speaking of pickoffs.
Oh my goodness, taking a tower, taking a kill! What is this? Nate Man with the backdoor tower play for the inhibitor and also taking a kill on top of that? And they had the advantage with the gank, but not even able to take him down. And Mar is able to escape. This is why he is the American sniper. You do not want to allow Beatrix in this man's hands. And hopefully one day these teams will learn. Mar still fighting that good fight, uses Raider's empathy, not able to connect, but a sniper back in action as Leslie with the response on the ultimate sniper, unable to hit that final shot to secure that kill. But man, an inhibitor has dropped a high IQ play over there by the American sniper Mar.
All right, we do see that Beatrix actually reacting pretty quickly with that Leslie. I mean, that Beatrix went directly for a little creep just to get that lifesteal back. All right, we do see these items here. Still a little bit of a gap between all of those members with those core items. We do see that Frederick very close to getting those full items. But speaking of pickup,
the fight for the Lord, but Nate Man was able to pick it up with that retribution onto the Cho, but 2 members falling in the process for his team. Mirror's fashion, Mar with the backdoor play, a little costly, able to get a kill on the personal E-boy, but taken down by Leslie. Not really where you want to be, especially when you have this Lord kind of pushing in. You definitely want to sink these lanes and try and take the remaining inner turrets and possibly some inhibitors. But now with their marksmen down, it's going to put them at a little bit of a disadvantage. 3 members down for the side of the Survey Corps. And if I was the side of Huevo, I would be making the most of it, clearing this map up, getting that pressure back inside of your hands and taking down the Lord that the Survey Corps worked so hard to get.
I mean, with the Lord being pushed, though, I mean, they already have all their lanes synced up. We already see that Frederick trying to push that top, but he's going to have to be forced to push back. It looks like Team Cervic was going to look for something here. That Lord's already halfway through. I'm seeing a pickoffs. Oh, no.
The wild charge followed by Electo, but a killing spree activated. Yupo has fallen. Rafael was going down. Face Ripper getting a kill onto Rafaela. Down goes Computer Layla. A little bit of AoE damage from personal E-Girl. Noisy barely able to escape with any HP. You do see a Face Ripper in a hard situation using the mobility of Valentina. Gap on in the chase, though, is not going to try and allow him to escape, but Nate Man with the G Kondo, the bush play is going to kind of pull the aggro away, a distraction. The energy eruption, though, for the taunt. Face Ripper going in, appraises Raph, barely missing on both members, and Face Ripper and Nate Man, the dynamic duo, able to escape. What impressive micro.
All right, but I don't know if you saw what was happening. That Beatrix just pushed up to the inhibitor turret at their top. All right, so it looks like the only turrets that the Huevo has now are the inhibitor turrets. It is a 7-for-3 trade of all towers. That Beatrix is just putting in work, and that Beatrix might just get picked off here by the Fredrin and the Rafaela. Unfortunately, she does get picked off, which means that there's already another disadvantage for the Survey Corps. Can't push up now. We already see that that Benedetta, that Yupo, putting a lot of pressure on that top lane to clear up all minions. Looks like that Yupo's just trying to get vision just to see what he can do at that. We already see that Kadita giving enough vision by that blue buff, and the Valentina just hanging around the mid lane just to clear and just make sure that nothing gets pushed up from now on. With that disadvantage though, without the Beatrix, they can't really fight here. There's no true physical pen coming in from any of those sides. I mean, we do have that Benedetta with her ult, but I mean, no physical pen with that mobility. And we do see that Beatrix does have 3 core items now compared to that Leslie. I mean, that Leslie does have 3 items, but not enough for just her to pick off any of those. I mean, Survey Corps does have good players, but they aren't as squishy as we like them to be. I mean, that Benedetta already has the defense items. That Kadita might be a little squishy, but that Kadita is very mobile, and that Kadita is only probably focusing that marksman. We do see that Grog with full damage items coming in with the Heptases and the Blade of Despair. And we do see that Frederick very close to building to full mage build now. With that Leslie still is an issue right now. That Kagura has very good damage items right now. So we're going to have to see. I mean, do you think that Huevo can pull it off from here? What do you think?
Well, the only way I can see that happening is if TSC makes a mistake by being too aggressive. Yeah, they have the advantage, but they only have their inner turrets. They can still lose those pretty fast in a 5v5 clash. And Huevo definitely picking up as we are going into that 14-minute mark. We are crossing that late game. They do have Leslie who can be that late game minutes. But speaking of minutes, Yupo caught in a bad situation, trying to use mobility, hitting the wall, not able to dash through it. Mar, the American sniper, escaping, using the flicker, but hit with the ultimate sniper, and then collided into by Grok. But that kill does go to Leslie. And this is what we are saying. The later this game gets, the harder it will be to kind of take Leslie out. Oh my goodness, look at that damage on the Yupo. But speaking of damage, Nori getting a kill on to Rafaela, still rushing in for this fight as Luminous Lord does get bursted down by Nate Man in that process. A little bit of a distraction, but that does go into the hands of the Server Core. They did take a win in that trade, but now they have to disengage as Mar is not in play. But taking this Lord creates the opportunity for them to do a split push and possibly sink these lanes. Make the most out of that neutral objective, Lord, that you work so hard for. And a lot of teams have this issue. We take the Lord, but we don't sink the lanes. And when that happens, you are going to see Huevo kind of burst down that Lord with no problem. So Huevo definitely needing to kind of wait for a mistake to happen. The Survey Corps needing to make their way to the mid and also the top side, which looks like the plan of Mar already. And we've seen his brilliant IQ in terms of pushing towers when there's separation, sinking lanes when there's Luminous Lord making his way on the opposing side, and now we are seeing the mid lane being synced as well, and that will be a proper push for this objective. Now the question is, how will the Survey Corps respond? Personal Igor getting a kill onto Yupo, a fast response indeed. Not done yet, ultimate sniper going out, Personal Igor getting another kill, double kill, taking out Face for 2 members down for the side of the Survey Corps, and this is now turning into the favor of Huevo, and this is what they want. And you know what? Now that we're thinking about it, Huevo, they are the best team when it comes to these awkward situations, when it comes to their back against the wall. I've seen them time and time again fight against like 3 or 4 Luminous Lords and turn the game into their favor. And right now you are seeing it shine when there are no towers in favor, when there are no defensive, statues to kind of protect them. They are going to be able to push in and fight that good fight. They are not scared in terms of placement or in terms of engaging, and they know how to prioritize that back line. And right now, even though they are down to their last inhibitor, they are still making the most out of it and still turning the situation into their favor.
Alright, as we said, that Leslie's just going to start to snowball. I mean, we're going to see that Leslie with that Blade of Despair. Pretty sure she's going to start selling her plates just to get another BOD popped in there. Which is the Mage almost at full build, that Fredrin almost at full build, that Rafaela with that healing passes coming in with that Oracle. I mean, we do see that Cuddy that almost at full build as well, that Chow almost coming in as full build as well. So this is just a neck and neck fight at this point. This is a 5v5 team fight. And speaking of pickoffs.
Speaking of pickoffs, speaking of neck and neck, a broken neck. You do see Layla getting a kill on to Nate Min. Down goes Cho, the jungler for the side of the Survey Corps. Now a 5-4 advantage in the hands of Huevo right now. Is this the time to engage? Personal E-Girl getting a play onto Mar, but using the flicker to escape the rough wild waves from Norge. It could have been costly taking her life right there, but a wise decision to kind of disengage with that flicker. But now minions are still pushing in, and Huevo forced to kind of like even up the map. They need to turn this tempo in their favor. You need to claim some real estate. You need to push these minions in, sync the lanes, and prep for this Luminous Lord. But the question is, can they do it? This has already spawned in, and you see Face Ripper and Norzi already getting some zonage on it, but the numbers are in the favor of Huevo. You do see the ultimate sniper going in, and this is what I love Leslie for, right? She uses that ultimate sniper not to try and get a kill, but that provides vision to everybody on the map. But speaking of vision, Mar doing what Mar does, doing Mar things, is going to go ahead and split push that lane over there on Beatrix for a backdoor play, and if Huevo is not careful, he may be able to steal the show.
Absolutely, and we already know, even though that Leslie did get nerfed for that early game damage, we know that Leslie can very easily, I mean, look at that damage. One shot to that Valentina just took off 1/4 of her health. We already know that Leslie's going to hurt pretty bad. And with that being said, that Beatrix is just sneakily just trying to push up the top lane, but we already have that Kagger just sitting there at base waiting to do something to that Beatrix. But this Lord fight, no marksman, but that Leslie does get picked up by that Kadena. That Benedetta does shut down 2 people with that double kill coming in from Benedetta. Looks like the big mistake on Huevo. Looks like that push will definitely be in the favor of Survey Corps.
Now, that may be costly, but at the same time, Mar, if he was a little bit more patient, they could have possibly closed this game out. But not having your marksman is going to be very hard. But they are down to Fredrin and Kagura, so they may be able to close it out as they do have the numbers. They are going to make the wise decision, though, and take this Lord. Benedetta giving some pressure on the top side. Did you see that Holy Crystal being picked up over there by Kagura for that heavy magic damage? But like we said, with this Luminous Lord in the hands of the Survey Corps, all they have to do now is sink these lanes and try and take the tower. There is no inhibitors to defend Huevo right now, but Huevo, like I said, they are the shield behind the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. They have the strongest defense, and they are very hard to push a finish into. So the question is, can the dagger of the Survey Corps penetrate the shield of Huevo right now, as we are seeing it go into that late game? We are almost 20 minutes in. All items have been built from both sides. So it's going to be a battle of mastery, a battle of micro between each of these players on their respective heroes. And the question is, who can do it better? You do see Mar, the American sniper, going against that late game Leslie, that late game menace. Lord making his way down the mid lane. You do have minions a little bit synced, actually not synced all the way. So that will give an advantage to Huevo to possibly burst it down. And this is what they are known for. And down goes the Lord. But also you do see a wild charge for the double knockup. Norzy with an additional knockup takes out Layla. Double kill takes out Leslie. They are going to make their way toward that tower, trying to take out the Nexus with God's grace. Can they do it? Face Ripper able to take a kill onto E-Boy, and the game goes to the Survey Corps to remain the kings of the hill and keep that crown on their heads.
Beautiful, beautiful play by that Survey Corps. That Survey Corps did play pretty aggressive early game, but the good response from the Huevo was trying to keep up it, but unfortunately they did fall just a little bit in that mid to late game. All right, looking at these stats, very interesting. I do know that Beatrix, I don't think that Beatrix deserves the bronze, to be honest. Mar was just straight pushing all those turrets, that top to that bot to that mid. That Beatrix was everywhere. Look at that tower push. Insane. All right, looking at this team fight participation, that damage coming in from that Fredrin, that Grok, and that Leslie. Although Leslie did do pretty sketchy things in the beginning of the game, she did end up pulling off a lot of damage, but just fell off just a little bit for that late game and for them to clutch up that game. That Rafaela coming in with that very, very big mobility, but that heal just fell a little bit short when they were doing a lot of team fights. But that Kadita, I think, was the main problem. That Kadita, just one single CC that gets caught in her second skill, that airborne knockup, just costs everyone their lives. And like we know, nobody on that side, I think, had flicker. So that Purify was not there, so that Kadita was able to just very roughly engage, do whatever the team needs to do for that follow-up. So that follow-up by the side of Survey Corps was beautiful, and that Valentina copying that Rafaela ult, the Grok ult, whatever that Valentina could get, just to pressure all those sides on the side of Huevos. But very well played. I think props definitely goes to Mar. I mean, every single team fight they did, Mar was there, but every chance that Beatrix got definitely pushed up a ton of towers. I mean, what was it, 10 minutes in that the inhibitor turret was down? I think 10-12 minutes in, I believe. That inhibitor turret was already down, and that was already a big issue with the Huevo. But even though that Huevo did defend as much as they could and as well as they could, they did end up falling just a bit short for the side of Survey Corps. So congratulations, Survey Corps. Crown goes to you guys. Well played by both sides.
Well played by both sides indeed, as the Survey Corps was able to close out today's matches with the title of King of the Hill. That's right, guys. Every single Monday and Wednesday, the rules are simple. We do King of the Hill, where it is a first come, first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on 8 p.m. Eastern time. Make sure you guys sign your teams up officially through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server. We are live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel as well, where lots of exclusive content will be coming out for all of these teams and future sneak peeks at 2023 North American scenes. So, guys, I appreciate y'all today. Shout out to Eunice for the amazing on-point analysis. Shout out to Coach Deku for the analysis as well, and also some of the play-by-play. My name is Wheezy, I'm your host, and I had a blast being able to embark on this journey in the Land of the Dawn for Season 1, Week 3, Day 3. Now, tomorrow's going to be interesting. It is going to be scheduled scrims, which means we are going to be watching teams compete in 3 series, all of them being best of 3. Make sure you guys tune in and check these teams out and vote for your favorite teams. If there's any casters out there in North America looking to take their craft to the next level, reach out to us as we are looking for the faces of NA. So sign up now through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. If you're a solo player, we offer a team for you as well. So join us and go ahead and post your stats, and I'm sure some of these godly teams you've seen today will pick you up. As always, guys, appreciate y'all, and I hope to see you guys on the next one. See ya!